All powers to oppress people, African power to an African people, and black power. It's me, I'm back. I had to make a quick run. We were doing the integration and Nandi debate, also talking about the concepts of black nationalism. I had an emergency come up, had to jump off for a moment. I hated it because actually the debate, damn, the debate, the conversation was getting good. We had my man Name come on, and like always, anytime the brothers around, contributing, I think, man, really profoundly, heavily to the information, to the data, black progression, black excellence, and all things that are about black advancement. With that said, man, I appreciate everybody hanging out with me right now and within the sounds of my voice, and give me opportunity to tickle your eardrums with some of this black nationalism. What we want to talk about to the just want to talk about some of the concepts of black nationalism and why I think it's important for us to begin to conceptualize, to understand black nationalism, and to understand the various conceptions, and to understand the progression of black nationalism. Too many times I think that, especially when you're dealing with the black African here in America, or the black man or woman here in America, we're looking for this quick fix elixir. We're looking for, that thing you can pop the cork on, drink, and magically all the problems of black people here in America are solved. And so when you present something that people haven't heard or people really don't know about, black nationalism in the form of strong black nationalism in the form of, thank you, strong black nationalism in the form of, when we talk about separation, when we talk about empowering ourselves, when we talk about black power, the provision of black power, and our end goal, when that is presented to people a lot of times and they're not really familiar with it, it can be daunting. And not only can it be daunting, not only can it be a lot to take on, we tend to have two things happen. One, like I said earlier, we're either looking for that elixir, we're looking for that quick fix, we're looking for a solve all my problems instantaneously type of thing. So we begin to look into this black nationalism, and we will start to see it as a theory, especially if we start to look at some of our predecessors or some of our pioneers who brought us black nationalism. And since we're looking for this great gospel, this great writings of philosophy, theology of salvation, when we read real theories presented by real men, which means it's going to be subject to fallacies, it's going to be subject to certain interpretations, perceptions, concepts, all of these things that could be later on added to. And when we go back and see the very real humanists in these theories, the very real man or woman, natural, humanists, like I said, in these theories, we become extremely disappointed, even to the point of ready to crucify the people who had lent their time and their intellect to searching out solutions to the problem of black people. This is those people that are looking for a messiah, a savior, some mystic writing, some type of sacred scroll to magically appear, or some sacred magical philosophy, ideology. And when they begin to read the writings of Malcolm, Martin Delany, Carlos Cook, Marcus Garvey, Huey Newton, Sundata Accola, Maurice Shaw, many other revolutionaries, black nationalists, when they begin to read their writing, and since they're reading them from this I need a savior perspective, when they find, like I said, these human mistakes or writings according to their perception based on their real social condition at that particular time, when we see the fallacies, or what we perceive to be fallacies, or areas where we could strengthen, we throw the baby out with the bathwater. I simply call that a Masonic complex. Need somebody to save you. Oh man, see, this full of loopholes. Then we have the other type. We have the other type who, when they read how much it takes to separate from this society, how much it takes to liberate yourself, even if your separation is, even if you don't believe in separation the way I believe in separation. I believe in complete, total, physical, mental, spiritual separation from this devil. I don't believe emulating, holding anything that this devil has held dear to them or has held sacred to them. Us holding it in that way, or perceiving it in any way like they perceive it, I really believe only will lead to our destruction. So at the end of the day, I am truly a proponent and advocate of separation in every way, shape, form, or fashion. However, I do understand Black nationalism and the concepts of Black nationalism. And one concept of Black nationalism I was speaking about earlier on my show, I was speaking about pragmatic Black nationalism, or practical Black nationalism. And this Black nationalism opens up the doors to various categories of Black nationalism. And so with this, you can have Black nationalism operate to a degree within, no, you know what? You can have Black nationalism operate within the state. I would say that. I would say that. And the reason that is, you can have, Black nationalism, pragmatic Black nationalism, or Black nationalism to a degree. Like I said, I practice classical or strong Black nationalism, where I believe in separation. But pragmatic Black nationalism simply says, and this is a modern Black nationalism, one of the things that our brother Malcom came up, or the father of revolutionary Black nationalism, or modern Black nationalism, said that in basically Black nationalism is this: anywhere you find us in the majority, we should control everything. Politics, economic, social interaction, cultural influences. Anywhere you find Black people in the dominant, we should control everything. That is basic Black nationalism. That is basic Black nationalism. That's what you're calling basic Black nationalism. So that can exist within a state to a degree. Call it pragmatic, or weak Black nationalism. That can exist in a state that is not run by us. You would have an enclave. We see Black nationalism all the time. I have a video, man, way back, or I did a video way back when I was in New York. And when I was in New York, one of my comrades was taking me through Chinatown in New York. And as I rode through Chinatown in New York, I marveled at the Chinese nationalism. We rode through there. I didn't see, maybe the section I was in, I'm not going to sit here and say it's like that all through Chinatown in New York, but the section I was in, I didn't see a KFC. I didn't see a McDonald's. I didn't see any of these. I saw mom and pop Chinese stores. I'm assuming they were mom and pop Chinese stores. They were Chinese nonetheless. The signs were in Mandarin. I mean, they had, and you could tell the different enclaves. Like, you go in one, all the signs were Mandarin. You go in another part, they were Cantonese, and so not only within this Asiatic enclave, this Asiatic nationalist enclave, they even had begun to know the work so harmoniously, understanding that they were Asiatic people in a hostile fucking nation that not only did they come together on their Asiatic nationalism, but each particular country within the whole Asiatic conglomerate, for lack of better words, had carved out their niche. Do you hear me? In America, the Asiatic nationalists, whom I was calling Chinese nationalists, because, you know, China being one of the leading Asian people, especially when you talk about revolution. You know, the Asian nationalists, not only had they carved out a place for themselves right here in America, but within that carving out, within them recognizing that they are a nation within a nation, within them recognizing the need for them to have their own enclaves and their own space, they work so harmoniously together that the different groups, sub-Asian groups or tribes or whatever, however they categorize themselves, countries, had created a niche. And it all worked together. Peace, just me. Anywhere when you go to large cities, you will see this type of practical black nationalism, pragmatic black nationalism by other ethnicities. What the problem is. You know, what the problem is. Why can't we find ourselves following, emulating this same behavior? We want to emulate behavior. We love to emulate, a lot of us. We love to emulate. Now let's just pick the behavior we're going to emulate, and we can do it. I know it's not going to be easy. I'm not one of these people on here. I'm not going to yell at you and be like, black people, it's your fault. I understand very realistically that we have been regulated to a position in capitalist America. I understand that. I understand that black people in America have a position, and the continuing, the smooth operation, if you want to call it a smooth operation, the running of America is dependent upon the subjugation of black people, the ignorance of black people, the willful participation in your own subjugation. That's what I'm going to damn say. And they're smooth with it. And it's so good. This is why we find ourselves angry with ourselves. They're so smooth, we become angry with ourselves. We're lazy. We just can't get ahead. And we forget about redlining. We forget about predatory loans. We forget about, and I don't know how we forget about it. Maybe we suffer from some type of social amnesia, but we forget about the blatant brutality, murder, and maiming of black people. At one point in time, we could have simply said black men, but now we have the Cassandra Blands and the Tamir Rice's for children, and all of the, women and children, black people as a whole being targeted. And not only targeted, the murder, mayhem, mistreatment, and abuse of black people is being broadcast. You've heard me say that I think that black misery fetches a pretty penny. People love to see black men and black women in suffrage. So, yeah, this is what we see happening. So I'm not going to say that everything, the reasons that we're in the condition we're in is completely our fault. I'm one of those people. Oh, you're going to be that, Brother Yanger. You're going to be one of those people that say it isn't completely our fault. Absolutely. I believe if you give a man an A-B choice and don't tell them about C, you're still crooked and a culprit in their decision making. If you give them two choices and both of the choices are detrimental to their existence, and you never let them know about choice C, you're a manipulator. You are uh, a puppet master. That's what you are. So you have a people. You have a people whom you enslaved and who built this country. And not only and you allegedly free us and all of these other things, but one of the crimes is not only did you enslave us, but in your alleged freedom of us and the continual education of us, you never gave us an opportunity to self-determination, to actualize, to begin to practice strong black nationalism, separation. You never gave us that option. You subjugated us. Right after slavery, you subjugated us. How do you know I won't even be a part of your 13th, 14th Amendment? Why wasn't separation, a nationalist separation, an option? Repatriation or subjugation? I don't know about this integration. I call it subjugation. I didn't see integration. I saw subjugation. And I saw subjugation through after slavery through the black codes, which was the legal, just legal slavery or legal subjugation. And despite all of that, black nationalism being a natural phenomena, being a natural force, still won through the day. Explain to me the Black Wall Streets. Despite all of your laws to keep us separate from you, thank God. Now, here's the problem I had with the laws. It isn't so much the distance between this devil. I have a problem with segregation. I have a problem with people controlling the resources, telling where you can and where you cannot live, when and how you will use certain facilities. That's how you know we weren't integrated. Even before these laws, we never had access, or we were never allowed rights to the facilities. I ain't even talking about equal rights. Some of them I'm just talking about rights. Like I said, right after slavery, slavery ended when? 1864 or something like that. 1864, 1865. Slavery ended. I don't call myself integrated during slavery. I don't call, son, would you say we were integrated during slavery?
Wait, were we integrated during slavery? No. I wouldn't say
Absolutely.
that we were based on, but like I said, I mean, the debate was just a play on words, man. Like you said, we had a conversation about professional debaters. KOT is a professional debater, just like SWAT. They are professional debaters, meaning they will take any stance for the sake of the debate. You know,
Right.
and the thing is that being a debater, a lot of people coming into the debate league, really, and myself, we got to really learn the game, and this is including Nundy. Um, Sometimes, in order to get a debate, you might have to take a stance you don't necessarily agree with, and that's one thing that Anon did say. Anon did say, you know what? I guess it was getting to him because sometimes he was making stances just for the sake of having a debate. And now I've even reached to the crossroads where I'm trying to finagle my debate so people will take it now.
Yeah.
Especially if because now people are accusing me of having a comfort zone and having oh black son. Somebody when I was talking to Strap, I think it was Melanated Goddess talking about no Strap. He's good at damn nutrition. See if he could find another topic. I was like, wow, are we gonna do that? But when the Hebrews talk about the Bible, you don't shoot that shit. You
Yeah.
know.
Well, I think like you said too. And shouts out to SVDL. I
Uh,
think like you said, man. Some people are debaters,
Right.
you know. So some people can
A lot
debate.
of them
I'm
are.
not a debater.
Right. I think we're
You know,
one of the very few.
I truly am a revolutionary black nationalist. Like
Right.
I don't, and this is why I got to get back to Atlanta and get my computer because I don't like do YouTube do. I'm really like in the streets with this stuff.
Right. Understood.
You
And I
know,
think that's what
so
people like Taz is understanding. You know, people like Taz and people like Lex, they're understanding that to the utmost fullest degree. But see, you got people who will debate for the sake of debating, and then that's how we
right,
get caught
right.
up. But see, um, there has to be a balance though, Yanga,
What do you
because
mean?
well, meaning if you get so good at the debate, let's just say you're the political champion, right?
Yeah,
What the debaters are all going to do is try to avoid that topic now. Now you're in a conundrum. Now you got to step out of politics
right.
and evolve into something else. And you might have to, in order to get the point system, because we talked about the point system.
Yep.
Now you have to evolve. You have to compromise and just take a debate for the sake of debating because, April's coming up and you got to get in so many debates before April.
Hmm.
So that means a lot of us that come into the league late, which I hope he kind of works on that because a lot of people came in a deficit. They're not going to make the playoffs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think Nundy made it by the skin of her teeth because she's done three. That'll be her third debate. So her points, not only her points, but her, of course, her scoring allowed her to. I think she rated 14th. So the thing Nundy has to do is now concentrate on the next debate. That's what she needs to do. I mean,
Hmm.
I know there's a whole thing about KOT challenging. I wouldn't worry about that. You know what I'm saying? We got to learn the tactics. I mean, if we really want to keep it real, we got to learn the game of SVDL, you know. And so,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. If you're gonna play the debate game, absolutely. You
yeah,
gotta
yeah,
learn how that goes. You need to learn about the points and everything. Like I said, I would love to cultivate and hone those skills. Maybe one day I'll be a top notch debater. I really applaud and the research that goes into some of these debaters debates. Even though I still feel
right,
like they're
right.
researching bullshit.
Well,
You know, I
not
feel
only
like
that,
they're
but see,
taking.
it's a system that they learn too. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Uh,
not only the system. Like, okay, let me give you an example. Like, me, I used to turn up on the Shuckle book, right?
yeah.
Well, it turns out I was getting docked for that. That's why if you notice when
Okay.
Suave do a debate or when Domo did a debate, they were all calm and boring. They were asking questions like that. That's how they would do it. And you're like, damn, what the hell? And that's because um, I guess they use that technique to make sure they don't lose any points during that. So I would lose like 6 or 7 points at a time, turning up. So now I got to shift my whole strategy, around. So yeah, that's where the experience comes in. You know, but yeah, but like I said, but you said a long time ago, we're more teachers than debaters. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And now I would never. Well, I don't want to say never. Um, I hope I won't have to debate a position that I don't agree with.
I don't. You
Okay,
know what? But that's why I say that's where I guess you figure out if you're a debater or what. Like me, I don't know if I could.
right,
I
understood.
don't. I really don't know if I could because some of it then is just to me talking for the sake of talking.
Mm,
And I know in
that's
my
what it is.
position as
Hmm.
as one of these, as a person out here, as a very active black nationalist in the street, I have to be careful what positions I debate because I
Right,
don't. It's
absolutely.
not just about me being a debater. When I get out here and really become active, they're like, yeah. We saw you on there debating, should black men date white women? And I'm trying to debate just for the sake of debating. Nah, that won't fly in my real life activities.
Oh no,
This
of
is,
course not. Yeah, of course not.
so
Right.
yeah. So I don't know.
But
You have to weigh it. Are you a debater or are you someone that this is like, I'm not a debater, but this
right,
is more or less a pastime. I
right.
enjoy it. It's
I
an
do too.
opportunity to do two things: hone some skills and uh, bring black nationalism to another arena, bring black nationalism to another platform. And I felt compelled when I saw these Negroes masquerading as champions of the black cause. And I was like, what? I was like, ah,
Right.
shit. Now I got to get in this debate stuff.
Well, again, you know, um, I mean, I've always said a long time ago, when you take the red, black, and green flag, and I know you talked about the black, red, green flag, and you put an unk in the middle of it, there, there is a conflict right there. I've said that a long time ago.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Or if you put
yeah,
anything in it, you're trying to add a brand of black nationalism that was, like I say, I call Malcolm X, and I'm glad you titled it, the gatekeeper of modern day black nationalism.
absolutely.
So if you're talking the Nation of Islam, that form of black nationalism is outdated,
Yep,
straight up.
yep,
It
yep.
is outdated, right? Because we got
And
Hebrew
and
Israelites, we got
there you go.
atheists,
That's what I was
we
gonna
got
say, son.
Christians.
You need
Yeah,
to say everything. Elijah Muhammad is the poster child for religious black nationalism or theological black nationalism.
right,
And so that everything for you can, so when we say Elijah Muhammad, we talking to you Hebrew Israelites, we talking to you damn black Buddhists, we talking to you whatever, we're talking to you. We're just saying Elijah Muhammad because out of all you religious nationalists, he was the only one really closest to doing a black theocracy in America from
right.
black nationalism. None of you Hebrews, nobody has come as close as Elijah Muhammad, in my opinion.
But see, the thing is that their theocracy didn't stand up to the real world police beatings,
There you
the real
go. You
world,
better
and
talk
that's
on
where
it, brother.
Malcolm X came in and it's like, yo, wait a minute, I'm from the streets, bro. I used to be goddamn Detroit Red, and there's some things that are just not clicking here. You know, some things are
Right.
just not clicking here, and so,
His street senses went to tingling.
yeah, not only his street senses, but his black nationalists. Because remember, his parents were Garveyites.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's
So,
right.
remember, Garvey wasn't a Muslim. Garvey
Right.
wasn't from the Nation of Islam. Garvey was a Christian,
Yep.
or I believe Catholic or Catholic. I don't know, but either way, he wasn't a Muslim. So, therefore, in Malcolm's mind, it clicked right then and there. Boom, it clicked, and it wasn't by accident.
Yeah.
Because I think, goddamn, Islam is one of the most stringent religions is out there.
Absolutely.
And so
Absolutely.
it took a man who not only was rooted in black nationalism through Marcus Garvey, which Marcus Garvey was a Christian, and it took some real life situations to put things in a perspective, and so, you know, that um, concept and ideology through Malcolm X was born modern day black nationalism. And then like I said, there wouldn't be no Huey P. Newton. There wouldn't be no Bunchy Carter. There wouldn't be no Mumi Abu Jamal because he followed Move 9. There wouldn't be no goddamn Move. There would be no Black Liberation Army. All that evolved from Malcolm's brand of black nationalism, which is modern. Because now you got this influx of people like myself who are not religious.
Hmm.
And still to this day, you got outdated black people talking about, oh, what Elijah Muhammad did, and oh, he had grocery stores, and oh, he had movie theaters, and whatever he had.
Hmm.
It's not going to work in today's time because you have to be a Muslim in order to do that. You got
Hmm.
spiritualists, you got people practicing Vadum. So yeah, that's not going to work today because the choices are more broader now. With your spirituality, religion, or even non-religion. So um, it, it's uh, it's not it is not it's outdated. It's not up to date, that form of black nationalism. And so that's why I always refer to the people of Nation of Islam as dinosaurs.
Hmm.
It is what it is because we've had, like I said, Black Panthers. We've had so many organizations that existed after, Malcolm
Absolutely.
brought
You
that
know
forth.
what, with me, with the nation, what I would challenge is, you know what I'm saying, and I don't have a personal problem with the nation. We're just going to dissect it. We're looking at it how we do. You know how we
Uh-huh.
do.
Right.
Um, is how much of it when they talk about their grocery stores, when they talk about the strong economic plans and stuff they had, how much of that was their religion or black nationalism?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because I
Mm-hmm.
would challenge that some of that is just black nationalist teachings. The economic theory that they put into practice, the collectivism, black nationalism is collectivism. You find that same economic theory in the Nguza Saba, in the seven principles of Kwanzaa, in I don't want to Ujim, is it what is it? Which one? Cooperative economics.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So that in itself is just a nationalist principle, nationalizing your resources, cooperative economics, all your resources, all your money, your wealth, whatever is spent, time, energy, whatever you're spending should benefit your people and when we say benefit, not only in uh, going out to your people, not only in spending out to your people, but you should be able to receive. It should be reciprocal. That's the African principle. That thing should be reciprocal, you know. Um, so
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I
Um,
think we see that. So that's what I would challenge. Now, how much? Now, I will give them this. What they would have a strong argument on is their reform, their reformist movement, not reformists in American politics, but their social reform movement, which, and I'm gonna shock a lot of y'all Nation of Islam cats, was really Ahmadiyya in the Islamic world. Elijah Muhammad really, when you talk about socially, the social practice of the Nation of Islam was Ahmadiyya. And the Ahmadiyyas are not known for their big religious practices like the Salafi or like the Shia, but the Ahmadiyyas are known for their practices of social reform. They're known for their getting out there and working for the people. Some of them will work for their meals. Some of them will. They're not Sufi, but they're very like about social reform, social good, not so much prayer and learning all the Quran, but cleaning yourself up, social reform. God through reforming society. They believe God's is manifest through the goodness of man to each other and the cleaning of society. This is where Elijah Muhammad adapted his understanding of Islam, just like Dr. Martin Luther King adapted Mahatma Gandhi's practice and theory of nonviolence. So did Elijah Muhammad adapt this understanding of version of Islam from the Ahmadiyyas. So that's where that whole social reform comes from,
mhm.
you know. And so I will say on that, he kind of did his damn thing.
I mean, yeah, he did
Hey,
his thing. I'm
man,
not
jump
gonna.
on up here, brother. I know you've been to jump up. Ujama, my man. Let me hold on. Let me. This is why I got the code. I'm about to have the code. One of the coldest teams on internet. I know I belong to the coldest camp. Shouts out to Queen Nundy. So yep, I know I'm in one of the coldest camps. Um, yeah. So, but I that's where, to go back to that, that's where he got the social reform aspect from. But I still would say that the whole economic, the whole collective works is just an African principle, a nationalist principle. And what Malcolm did, to go back to what you touched on, son, which a lot of people don't know, is like you said, that how deeply involved Malcolm's parents was with the UNI. Mr. Earl Little, and I forget Malcolm's mother name. You know, he was a preacher for the UNI. That's why he was murdered. When the Klan murdered him on the tracks, you know, okay, Che. When the Klan murdered him on the tracks, it was because of his proselytizing UNIA propaganda. He was teaching UNIA propaganda. His mother, in fact, his mother was one of the ones that was real vocal in I believe getting Garvey I think getting his body back from London or something like that, or getting him extradited, but I don't know the facts, but they were I said all that to say they were very involved in the UNIA. And it's even reported that Pastor Earl Little would take Malcolm with him to some of the meetings. One of the reasons was they didn't want Malcolm to develop a light-complected complex. They doubly, and his mother was hell on him because he was light-complected. She was the product of a rape. Her mother was raped by a white man. So she was hell on Malcolm's little red self. She had some real self-esteem, self-hate issues going on herself. But Pastor Little made sure, you know, he would take Malcolm with him to make sure Malcolm didn't get caught up in colorism, didn't get caught up in that light-skinned, dark-skinned nigger mess. So Malcolm, like you said, and then his sister, his older sister, who he went to, where was it, Boston? I believe, to be with his older sister, Ella. I believe her name was Ella. And I'm coming off the top of my head. Hey, in my chat, if you got the answers, let's make this interactive. Throw it up there. This is how we do Black nationalism. It's one tribe initiative, man. We all in this together. We out here trying to bring these facts together, educate the people. We know that informed people make informed decisions. You know. But when he went to Boston, now, one thing I know, here's where Malcolm and son, you may can relate to this. You being a West Coast baby, you growing up, you being, your family being, and much love to Al Patrice, big homie Bunchy Carter. Them being your kinfolk, the line that you run down. You grew up in this stuff. So you can identify with certain Black facts being a part of your life, and you're willfully, or me, I can identify with it, knowing who my father was, and my willfully burying it, willfully participating in nigger activities. 10 toes down, jumped in it with both feet. I'm gonna be the biggest nigga I can be. We call that real nigga. Real nigga. I even told you I'm gonna be ignorant. I'm gonna be real ignorant. I'm gonna be a real nigga. So I sought out, and like anything, what I'm known for, whatever I step my mind to, I try to be the best at it. So I was the best nigga you ever seen walking down the street. And so I had buried the lessons I learned from my Abu, from my father. And not unlike Malcolm, going through my trauma that I had went through, those lessons began to come out. They may not come out in the form of UNIA. Like for Malcolm, my lessons didn't come out in the form of the way my father had given to me, but the morals of them: self-determination, a sense of self-worth, black pride, black honor, respect for myself and my brothers. These core values, some of the core pillars of black nationalism, begin to resound in me again. And like Malcolm, and I went through that same process. I jumped into religion. You missed that one, huh? In your nationalist discoveries, you missed religion, son?
Yeah, completely missed it. Yep. Just
How
like a
did
lot
you
of,
manage that?
well, first of all, a lot of people on the West Coast aren't too fond of religion. That's not a common to run into black atheists, especially in the Black Power movement, was not an uncommon thing.
Yeah,
That it was not uncommon. And in fact, we looked at religion as like a form of mind manipulation, a form of like I said, we looked at it as a form of mind control.
yeah,
And you gotta understand why we thought that, because we come from the most of the cult like iconic figures come out of California. And so, I mean, I could go with the Charles Manson's to the, I don't know, the Heaven's Gates to, I mean, that's later on, but like I said, we have had,
Hugh Hefner.
yeah. A lot of the cult
You know Hugh Hefner. You know that Playboy's a cult. That Playboy
oh,
Mansion. Oh,
absolutely.
Hugh.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we have we kind of look down upon religion, we did.
Yeah.
And but I mean, if a person was religious, you just didn't come to us with it, you know what I'm saying? Because we were on a whole different mentality. And so when and like I said, when I look back at Malcolm X's speeches, I see where it came from now. You know what I'm saying? Because when not only did they ditch religion, but they ditched Mal like okay, so whatever you learn about history, Martin Luther King was not welcome in California. Like he was not welcome there. But we accepted Malcolm X with open arms. Now they paraded him on the media but no, if you look at some of the raw footage, yeah, we weren't fucking with that turn the other cheek shit. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, we already rejected religion. But if you learn through the white man's media, that's why I said the lobbyists, when we talk about education, you're not going to know this unless you talk to the Black Sons or the Bunchy Carters or the goddamn Steiner brothers or I don't know who else existed at that time. Goddamn, well, George Jackson's dead, but anybody that come from that lineage will tell you, yeah, none of them fuck religion. Hell, Angela Davis, I mean, she's still alive. Hell, hell, what's the brother's name? The like I said, most of your West Coast, yeah, didn't really fuck with that as a whole. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we even looked at the Nation of Islam. It wasn't really like, okay, they were there, but we just looked at it as another religion. You know what I'm saying? But we didn't really take them serious per se. That's why when people come to LA, they have a hard time pushing these ideologies because, California, we evolved fast, and we had to. We had to evolve really fast because of, like I said, the George Jacksons and the, Tookie Williams and the Raymond Washingtons and all that. You know what I'm saying? Because
well, you know what though? Can I jump in here? Let me jump in here with you. One of the things I say too put a big boom for California was Berkeley University. You know what I'm saying? What is that? What university? University of California. What university is in Berkeley, California? What is that?
Well, that's UCLA? Up north. Berkeley's up.
University that is.
Yeah, that's up.
Berkeley, whatever. Berkeley itself. Is that the name of the university?
Berkeley. Yeah.
Okay. So Berkeley. And you find anywhere that's especially during that time period, you 60s, 70s, students, young people are going to make this change. That was a tumultuous time. But I think Berkeley and those people in California having that exposure to internationalism, Berkeley's foreign exchange program, I think that was instrumental.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because you look at that era of revolution, look at the people who participated. Then you had one of the major participants in developing or influencing the Black Panther Party during that revolutionary time was the Red Guard, the Chinese vanguard. And they had run across a lot of those students in Berkeley. You know what I'm saying? Revolution in Africa was taking place. You had African foreign exchange students. So I think that type of exposure really boosted, really helped California kind of sidestep so much of the religious push. Now I'm not going to say they didn't have religion out there. I know they had in fact, when Malcolm went out there to speak, when the police went in I think they killed three Nation of Islam members, 3 Black Muslims.
Right.
But it shows that type of blatant disrespect, like Malcolm came and said they came and killed him in a place of worship. I think that shows how much California gave a damn about religion or religious institutions.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I think that shows. So yeah, California had that big sidestep.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I said, a lot of us come off of that philosophy of Malcolm X saying, put your religion in your pocket. So even if there were religious people, you didn't know about it because that was not the main focus. We already knew, like I said, based on Malcolm, and like, hell, there's a Muslim saying it, and he came from the Nation of Islam, and he's saying that it's not going to work. But a lot of us already knew it. But he basically, being the torchbearer of modern day Black nationalism, was the actually first to say it. And then people like other people began to not only follow but practice suit. And like the West Coast chapters of the Black Panther Party showed a lot of that.
They took, man, listen, West Coast took, like you said, West Coast was separate. The Watts riot, I believe Nundy played that, and it was a good part.
Mm-hmm.
It's so low, but when King is talking to Lyndon B. Johnson, and there's a part of that clip, I think it's at mark around 6 minutes into it, somewhere in there, where they're talking about the Watts riot.
Yeah.
And if you listen closely, you hear King tell Lyndon B. Johnson, something has to be done about these Black nationalists because I fear the violent rhetoric or the violent turn. And he's talking about this during the Watts riots.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was interesting, or the uprising. I thought that was interesting because King, speaking to the president, is clearly associating Black nationalism with the uprising in Watts, which implies a lot deeper planning and involvement with the Black nationalists. Whereas mainstream media will tell you it was just a riot. Niggas just started looting and burning.
Mm-hmm.
But why was King so concerned about the Black nationalists and the turn of violence during the Watts riot? Because if you study Watts riots, what they call the riots, the uprising, believe me, there were gunfights between the National Guard and guerrilla fighters.
Yeah, there was a bunch of gunfights that they don't talk about, you know.
Come on, talk about it then, old LAN.
I mean, one of the one of the most famous was 41st and Central. Y'all type that up,
Okay.
41st and Central. Um, you know, the first yeah, one of the first chapters to actually have a shootout during J. Edgar Hoover's project extermination of the Black Panther Party and actually survived it. You know, those
Yeah.
guys, a lot of those guys came out of it alive and they're still alive today. So yeah, 41st and Central, people, 41st and
Right.
Central.
In Central. Rest in
Mm-hmm.
peace, Geronimo G. Jigger Pratt,
Mm-hmm. General
who
Pratt. Yep.
came out of that thing, and General Geronimo G. Jigger said,
Mm-hmm.
he said he was proud of his men.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was proud of his men in that
And
in
like,
that standoff. Rest in peace,
mm-hmm.
General Geronimo G. Jigger Pratt. We
Right.
mustn't forget. Going back to Malcolm, the other thing when we talk about, he went through that whole religious uh walk of black nationalism. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily mad at that because I think, like I said, I'm not so much mad at the
Oh, I'm
nation.
not mad at it either because you have to see it. You can't, you know that old saying, don't knock it till you try it.
Uh,
And I tell
yeah,
people all the time, in order to become an atheist, like my dad taught me, you have to read these books in order to know what your basically you got to know what it is that you're not agreeing with, basically. Like why it doesn't make sense. So I can't just say, well, the God concept don't make no sense without reading about it. And so people always make the mistake thinking, I have not read the Bible, I have not read the Quran, I have not read the Torah, the Nekeba Nagash, the Nektar tablets, the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, I read all of them. That is why I'm an atheist. But see, Christians are taught don't read anything outside of the Bible. The Muslims are taught don't read anything outside the Quran, correct?
correct.
Okay.
Well,
And
well,
so,
well, well, well.
okay,
No, no,
I'm glad you
no,
corrected me. I'm
no.
glad
I'm
you
not
corrected
gonna
me.
say that's. I'm not gonna say that's correct. I'm
Okay,
not.
okay, fair enough,
That was
fair enough. The Muslims are a little bit more, yeah, accepting. They'll read the Bible and the Quran. Okay, I get it. Okay, most of your Christians they don't want to read outside the Bible, and they consider that anything uh, devilish and demonic. Okay, so as atheists, we're allowed to read all of it, every type of Western religion and every type of other religion, because we're not bound and we're not beholden to any of them. And so, yeah, I can come on here today and say, yeah, some of that stuff don't add up, but I have to read it in order to make that statement. But I say that to say that Malcolm went through the theocratic practices. Okay, he went through the Nation of Islam and Elijah Muhammad's vision for Black America, and because again, like I said, he was a Garveyite. Um, I think that played a big part in seeing because a lot of people get stuck when he say leave your religion in your pocket. He's not saying give up Christianity or Islam. He's saying put it aside for the sake of unity. Let me say that again. Put it aside for the sake of unity. So for Malcolm X to say that, it means that you cannot unite on Christianity. You cannot unite on Islam. You have to unite on Black nationalism. And that put Black nationalism, his brand was born and it put it at the forefront. And that's why I tell a lot of these foreigners that don't come here. In fact, I'm gonna say this again. Don't come here fighting our fight until you goddamn learn Malcolm X brand of Black nationalism. Don't do it. Because I notice a lot of them that are over in England or over Jamaica or somewhere else, when they learn about Malcolm X, like really learn like pre-Islam, Islam, and post-Islam, they don't come with that nonsense. It's always the foreign Black Israelites or the foreign Black, somebody trying to liberate us with some type of theocratic form. And I wish I can get Chris on here because he broke it down today. He was like, the Bible is a slave book, and so is Islam. The Bible and slavery are they justify slavery.
Mm-hmm.
They justify slavery. See, and I can say that because I'm not a religious person who picks and chooses and cherry picks. I can say, yeah, the Bible condones slavery, and so does Islam. It does. There's no way around that. You know what I'm saying? And because people are beholden to these books, there's always going to be something, whether it's discriminating against women, discriminating, not having the proper diet. I don't know. And I try to use diet as just the most basic, but it's turning out it's not basic at all, because when you're dealing with diet, it becomes very complex. But I'm saying, like, I'm going to just use that Bible as an example. If you got him saying one diet to Adam and Eve, then another diet to Noah, and then another diet to Moses, we got a problem here. Because we got this omnipotent God saying, okay, you can eat this. Wait. No. Wait. No. You can eat this. Oh, no. Wait. No. You can eat this, but you can eat this. You know what I'm saying? But this is supposed to be the Almighty God saying all this. And so when you got those type of doctrines, you have to like dismiss a lot of common sense in order to accept that religion, you know, and everybody's not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? You know, when Jesus talks about accept God with your whole heart and your whole mind and just believe, But see, a lot of us grow up with scientific minds, you know, a lot of us don't believe that the sea was parted, and we don't, you know, so I'm not going to get a whole spill about goddamn religion. But what I'm saying is that the bottom line, you cannot use it to unite people. Okay. You can't do it. You can't do it. So
I couldn't agree more with that. I couldn't agree, and I think Malcolm knew that.
He knew that.
One of the things I will say for it, what it did in a place for Malcolm was it provided discipline, and not just discipline of the body, but discipline of the mind. Malcolm was so far gone and so full of hatred and just confusion that, like it said in his autobiography, that he was referred to as Satan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is just how much hate he was filled with. And I think what ended up happening was, and then we have to keep it in context. We have to look at the time we're talking about. You know, I know it's easy, and I'm not talking to you, son. You know, we're just talking in general to the people out here.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy for us to be these time warrior critics.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
No, that's true.
It's
that's
easier
right.
for us to sit in the comfort of this time with all the information at our fingertips that we can muster and offer a critique on Malcolm postpartum. You know, I think that's crazy. So, but looking in the time of Malcolm that Malcolm was, we see that, to me, I see that this offered him some type of discipline and a focal point. And even upon his release and his coming home, it gave him not just there again the discipline, a moral and ethical, a so-called, and you should see me doing the air quotes, a so-called righteous family, which is very important. A good support group, a righteous support group is very important. So righteousness in the way that they understood it, and there again, focus and activity. He went and he was a minister for this understanding of change for Black people, you know, and he built the nation.
Right.
You can have the Nation of Islam members talk that trash if they want to about Omar Wali, El Haj Malik Shabazz, also more commonly known as Malcolm X. But let's be honest, it was the experience that Malcolm had under his father, with his father in the UNIA, that brought you a Muhammad Speaks, like Marcus Garvey had Negro World. It was Malcolm being up under his father, who was in the UNIA, that brought you a fruit of Islam. Like Malcolm said, I created the fruit of Islam. I know what they're capable of and what they aren't. in resemblance of the Black Legion, the military unit or wing of the Universal Negro Improvement Association African Community League, UNIA. So don't get it twisted. For those people who have these things to say about Malcolm X and being in there, Malcolm built the nation. Malcolm built the nation. And like any great man, any thinker, any person that's sincere for his people, he began to see the limitations.
Right.
He began to see not just the fallacy of holding a human being up to supreme divinity. Not only that foolishness, not only seeing how silly it is to make someone God or someone an agent of God to the degree that they're above reproach, but he saw how futile it was in Black participation. Apathetic to politics. They wasn't involved in politics. They didn't advocate or don't advocate armed self-defense. They didn't deal with people outside of the Nation of Islam, therefore making it exclusive and elitist. He began to see how ineffective it was for the masses of Black people. And he had enough courage to step the hell up out of it. Some of us would have cowered and bowed down. Either we'd have took the payoff, or we'd have been scared of the Muslim muscle. But Malcolm, being a champion of Black people, knowing death was imminent, like he said, I trained them niggas. I know what they're capable of and not capable of. I know what they will and will not do. You have to understand that Malcolm was one of the first fanatics of Elijah Muhammad. He was one of the most adherent, devout fanatics. And I'm going to call him the Honorable Elijah Muhammad because I was raised that way. See, a lot of things, listen, some of y'all out there are going to get mad at me. Y'all got to forgive me. I am such a nationalist that I respect my personal family history. And my father was a Muslim. I was raised a Muslim. Certain people in my house were, were revered. So I hear I'm learning a lot of things about these people. Now I'm like, wow. But it doesn't take their station in my house because we were never taught to worship them, but just look to their, inspiration guide into their message. And also because I'm such a practical Black nationalist that I'm not moved or shaken by the human deficiencies of man. I look to the message. Is the message destructive for the masses? If the Negro is morally corrupt, believe me, because like I said, I'm an African, a Black African here in America, and I believe in reciprocity. If you're morally corrupt, you'll see it again. So, but yeah, Malcolm, but to go back to Malcolm, man, what's going on, Name?
And Yummy.
Peace. Just listening in.
Peace, man. I'm, doing the thing, man, talking about some of my favorite people in our liberation struggle and bringing the concepts of nationalism. I think one of the reasons I wanted to have this discussion too is sometimes nationalism is presented too narrowly and we don't understand the concepts, the very, like I said, neo-nationalism or classical nationalism, which is shout out to my nationalist brothers in Cleveland, which are the brothers with the black, red, and green, who tell you the people come first, brother. They don't wear nothing else. They Black nationalists. And pragmatic Black nationalism, which is seeking a solution, and that it can be found. Like I break it down here. Let me break it down like this. Like I said before, go back over it. Strong Black nationalism and pragmatic nationalism. Black nationalists, we use them hand in hand. What strong Black nationalism is us Black nationalists who believe in separation. We believe in complete and total separation from this white man. We don't hear nothing about it.
Mm-hmm.
And not just the white man, but we believe us as black people, period, should have our own. And you got pragmatic black nationalism, which says the same things, but says it can be found also in a black community within a capitalist white ran state. Like black nationalist capitalists would fall in this category. Black Wall Street would fall in this category. Like, we can have our own and still operate in the capitalist system to a degree. We can practice capitalism. We can be a part of this system, but we can, instead of Beverly Hills, we got Baldwin Hills. That's a form of black nationalism. That's called weak black nationalism or pragmatic black nationalism. That's not classical or strong or neo black I don't want to say neo. Let's say strong or classical black nationalism. But the modern black nationalists, the practical, not the pragmatic, but the practical, the modern black nationalists like Malcolm, most of us, our goal may be strong black nationalism, separation, but we will adapt practical black nationalist methods. You kind of dig where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why that was imperative to break that down, because what happens now, without that really being understood, and we first find this concept in there again, to go back to my man, we first find this concept in the writing of Martin Delany, in his book, The Condition, Elevation, Immigration, and Destiny of Colored People of the United States. We first find the concepts of two black nationalisms and his use of them interchangeably throughout the periods in his life. We find that at one point in time, he went to Canada, he totally separated, but then he felt for black people still in America, because he's like, damn, I am a black American. He's born in West Virginia. So he's like, damn. So he went back and participated in the Civil War. In fact, I believe the highest ranking officer, right, Black Son?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They sent for him.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted him to participate. And they said, man, this might be a better option to fight in the Civil War than to start another nation. And I can truly understand why that he would think so.
Why do you say that? Talk to us.
Because if they said, look, we're going to promise you citizenship. We're going to promise you all of this land. You get to pick your own representatives in government, as opposed to going somewhere else off the land. Like he was thinking in Africa, he was thinking South America. So he said, man, it might be easier for us to fight in this Civil War and then start from there. But he later found out that didn't fall true. But I'm just saying.
Right on. Yeah.
I'm just saying from his perspective.
Yeah, teach. Hey, brother, you teaching, man. But this is what I'm talking about now, man. We have to know this. And this fits right into the lesson between that, going back and forth between strong black nationalism and pragmatic black nationalism. Come on, break it down, though, brother. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm enjoying it.
No, because, man, I love Delany. I learned from Delany from a Christian. Which, he was battling me on Pan-Africanism. Because, Pan-Africanism and nationalism, they run hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And you can see the struggles in Pan-Africanism. It started off, I said it starts off with a guy named Paul Cuffey. And what Paul Cuffey did, he started his own shipping company. He was an African. The name Kofi. Paul Kofi. he starts a shipping company, and he started helping people go to Freetown, Sierra Leone, back in Africa. So, and this was in the late 1700s. So we always had this idea that we had to have our own.
Mm-hmm.
And I even believe Haiti is a big part of it. Like when Haiti got their freedom, they called for black people in America. Said, man, if you can make it to Haiti, you're free. Help us build this nation of Haiti. And a lot of us didn't want to go. I think like 10 to 12,000 did go, and more than half came back. So these, and it's all because we had lost our identity, and we was trying to rebuild a France or rebuild a British Haiti or a French Haiti, and it didn't measure up. But if we had this idea, man, look, this is our own. No matter what it takes, we're going to make it a better place. Instead of trying to be like these Europeans, I think that's why so many Black Americans end up coming back to America. But I mean, I'm speaking in hindsight. This the woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Right, but I agree with you. I'm like, when you talk about people like Paul Kofi and things of that nature, I think that their question of Pan-Africanism, how do I say this? Burke came out of still nationalism, the question of nationalism, which is we are a nation, but somehow it got separated. Domestic nationalism or universal nationalism or Pan-Africanism seemed like they became diverse roads when they're really two questions of the same liberation struggle. Us as a nation. One is just saying, do we do it elsewhere? And the other one is saying, do we do it domestically?
Right.
That's but if you
right, that's all it is. Do we do it right here, or do we got a better opportunity somewhere else to do it?
Exactly.
That's the only difference.
But I think you have, like everything that happens when you come, you have people, whether intentionally or it comes out of some morbid evolution, that distract the real question and make it these little side issues. Like Pan-Africanism became in itself not a question of the ideology of universal nationalism, but became an ideology in itself.
Yeah.
But you will find everybody that we say are Black nationalists, you will find a question of what could be considered Pan-Africanism or repatriation in the equation.
Right.
It's one and the damn same.
It's almost a natural evolution.
Yes, sir. It is. If like I tell people, if I'm an advocate of Black nationalism everywhere, but I don't live in Haiti, but I advocate Haitians to have Black nationalism, then that means I'm a Pan-Africanist at that point.
Right.
I haven't lost my Black nationalism, but my advocating their Black nationalism makes me a Pan-Africanist.
Right. Let me sit down with Toussaint Louverture and see how he did it. That's a meeting. That's a conference. It's a Pan-African conference.
Right.
Yeah. It might not be formal or in the textbooks, but it's not in the textbooks because we haven't, the Black nationalists really haven't written their curriculum yet. Just like the Geechee Gullah Wars that they call the Seminole War. Those were Black nationalists.
Our wars.
Yeah, our
nationalist wars. Yes, sir.
Yeah. All that is part of our knowledge base. You in the schools you hear it called epistemology. It's like, what are you teaching your people? What type of books are they reading? And that's what I think we're missing. We're missing this history to the thousands of slave revolts all over the Americas. That's
But
black.
we were talking about that earlier. And that goes into like them making sure that they don't teach us or that we have easy access to a liberation history.
Right.
They don't want us to have an alternative. In public schools, there's no way the oppressing ruling class is going to give us that alternate history. That,
Right.
like you said, the thousands of slave revolts, the so-called Seminole Wars, which was, us and some indigenous and all, but it was a nationalist war, the
Right.
establishment of nation. So they're not going to give us this. All we get the Frederick Douglass as opposed to Martin Delany. We get
Right.
the
Right.
over Dr. King as opposed to some of the more sound theories of Malcolm. We get sound bites, but we never get any true theory from Brother Malcolm. So
Right.
yeah, I totally agree. So us as black revolutionaries, black nationalists, coming in this thing, what do you think? I mean, shit, where do we begin and where do we start? And you've seen some of the things we have to go against. Man, I don't know if you've been. I'm just getting introduced to YouTube, but have you heard some of the shit being masqueraded as progressive black thought?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
man,
Yeah.
crazy.
yeah, Yami's very familiar. He's very familiar.
Yeah, it's really really bad.
Mm-hmm.
But I just look at it. I really blame a lot the academics in the black movement. It seemed like they had all of the information and they kind of hoard the information, in Africana studies, and only the people who went into Africana studies got a lot of this rich history. And the vast majority of black children didn't get this. But I know it's a matter of resource. And it wasn't until the internet came along do you start hearing more and more people learning about Martin Delany. Even somebody as simple as Marcus Garvey. That's not people don't really know about Marcus Garvey. They might have heard the name, but they don't really know what he was doing. That's not something you learn in school. Like you said, you're gonna get a heavy dose of Sojourner Truth and Frederick Douglass and Martin Luther King, like you said.
Yeah.
But the nationalist part where you heard black men and women fighting for their own nation, that's not something that's readily available to the average black American.
Absolutely. They want you to bite into the narrative. Like I said, hell, listen to Nundy's debate and the talk after Nundy's debate. We have people actually willing to argue a point of integration to the degree of saying we were, integrated before I thought we were integrated. You have to say that, like, we go back into it, like I said, unless you're saying we was integrated during slavery. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're saying we integrated during slavery, I didn't see the integration. If we were freed in 1865, the black codes were enacted in 1865. So we went from chattel slavery to legislative slavery.
But see, that's why we need to print up a shirt for Nundy that says 26, because when Solar cut her time and he's like, no, I got 26 minutes. She summed all that up when Martin Luther King said, I integrated my people into a burning house. And that was so significant that she asked for that 26, because that 26 shifted the whole debate right there.
Yeah.
Whether, like I said, just for the sake of debate, that's on record, him saying that. And so whether we believe that we were integrated beforehand, that showed, even though, I see the argument on him saying that, oh, you know, it was all about, you know, equality and what was the argument? Equality and something else. But yeah, I guess basically fighting for equality. But the thing is, you can kind of simultaneously put that with integration because, like I said, the definition on Cot part was kind of, I wouldn't say it wasn't clear. It was kind of vague. Like you could just kind of throw it against the wall, you know, along with you know. So basically, yeah, that's it, man. You know.
Yeah, like based on proximity or just being able, because at the same time you're using the same facility. I get what you're saying, and that's what I call just being slick. But we understand what we mean by integration politically, especially as it relates to our liberation struggle here in America. I think that she adequately pointed out that we weren't integrated, that equality wasn't the issue. I'm gonna go back to that when she pointed out that I think it was Paisley versus Ferguson or something, that they ruled that his 14th Amendment equal protection clause wasn't violated, that you could be equal, you could be separate but equal. I thought that was heavy. Because what it showed, and then it made me think about the Black Wall Streets and so on and so forth. Even so much so that one of the judges, Justice Harry Billings, he said about that, Harry Billings Brown, I looked it up. He talks about that, and he makes the comparison of that being like you know what? Let me, because he makes that comparison, and I think that's heavy. So I want to give me hot 2 sec, because I thought it was a great comparison.
What were you saying? I'm sorry.
About how they really feel about this. You got to give me a moment. Yeah, this is it. He says, he talks about that ruling. Now, this is Justice Harry Billings Brown. He pointed to schools as an example of the legality of segregation. He's pointing to the schools as the legality of the separate but equal. He says the most common instance of this is connected with the establishment of separate schools for white and colored. For white and colored children, which has been held to be a valid exercise of the legislative power. Now check this out, which is held to be a valid exercise of the legislative power, even by courts of states where the political rights of the colored race have been longest and most earnestly enforced. Do you get that? Let me break that down. He's saying separate but equal is a valid exercise and has been deemed valid in states even where the majority of black people are the strongest political force. He says even by the courts of states where the political rights of the colored race have been longest and most earnestly enforced. So even in these separate, there's not integration, even in this separate thing, black people were participating. That's not integration. He's sitting here saying that they're equal. Like I said, Black Wall Street points to that. Rosewood points to that. They understood your participation. They understood because it was the necessary evolution after slavery. You were freed or allegedly freed, then you were subjugated. You weren't integrated, you were subjugated. Then he goes on to say why they're not with that integration. This is where you know King had to come push integration. Because first here they're saying, look, we gave y'all equal. We find y'all to be equal in your state, in separation. Y'all don't need to be with us. And remember, I'm telling you, the black code laws and all that were put in effect straight after we were free. So it wasn't no we were intermingling, then all of a sudden the segregation police came and started saying no. All of a sudden you can't go here. You was never allowed to do it. You've never been allowed to do it. You ain't never been allowed to drink out at Crackers water fountain, whistle at his women, do nothing. You ain't never been allowed to be remotely to even think you was equal, integrate, nothing with that crack, equal, integrated, none of that. So, all right, he goes on to say that the argument about this integration, the argument about trying to make integration a law, he says the argument also assumes that social prejudice may be overcome by legislation and that equal rights cannot be secured except by enforced commingling of the two races. Brown said, let me stop right there. So he says this argument assumes that a natural social prejudice could be overcome by legislation, that you can put a law into place that will change the social opinion of you. This is what the justice is saying about this. He's saying ain't no law you can put in place gonna make us like you, nigger. There's no legislation you can put in place that will overcome social prejudice. And he said, and that you're also saying that equal rights cannot be secured except by the enforced commingling of the two races. So even if Dr. King was saying, I'm fighting for equal rights, Justice Brown is saying too, but in your argument, you're saying that your equal rights can't be ensured unless you what? Integrate. You're saying this by the very argument you're making. You're saying that you don't believe you can be equal unless you integrate. So it's not about equal rights because the justice is telling you you're equal. You have an equal boxcar. You have it may not be, we know it's bullshit. We know it's not equality. We know it's racism. We know our boxcar don't have no fan, no air conditioner, no damn window. But according to them, you got a boxcar. You're equal. So let's say for their legislation, and that's what they're saying. This is why we advocate black nationalism. Because he's saying, okay, you want to be equal? We give that to you. You got a boxcar. You're equal. What are you crying about? You can get from point A to point B. The black nationalist said, forget you. We'll build our own railroad tracks, our own boxcar. It's going to have air conditioning. It's going to have carpet. It's going to get us that. We did it in Black Wall Street. Equal to what? You're a savage. You're a barbarian. You're beneath me. Equal to what? Are you for real? Equal to what? So the judge is saying that according to your arguments, first, you assume that social prejudice will be changed by legislation. And secondly, that you can't have equal rights unless you mingle with me. Brown also said, if the civil and political rights of both races be equal, one cannot be inferior to the other, civilly or politically. If one race be inferior to the other socially, the Constitution of the United States cannot put them on the same plane. Did y'all hear that? This judge said, let me read it again. This judge said, if the civil and political rights of both races be equal. Equal but separate. You're going to have black politicians. You're going to have black carbon copies of your white counterparts. You're going to have that. This is what the justice is saying. He's saying if the civil and the political rights, doing too much. If the civil and the political rights are the same, hold on, let me pull it back up. The judge is saying, if the civil and political rights of both races be equal, one cannot be inferior to the other civilly or politically. If you have Black Wall Street again, brothers and sisters, if you have the same equal civil rights, you can start your own shit. You can do your own thing. You can have your own social interactions. You can have all of this. If you have the same political rights, you can vote your senators in. You can put your people in political office. You can do all of that separate. They showed you. You've been doing that separate. This is their fight against integration, because now you're saying that's not enough for you. So the judge says, if you got all of that and you got your own doing that, how can one be inferior to the other? If you got the rights to civil and political growth, equality, we not stopping you from doing your shit over there, how can you be inferior? He says this, though. If one race be inferior to the other socially, the Constitution of the United States cannot put them upon the same plane. So the justice is saying, if you inferior to us socially, your institutions, your schools, your everything, because even if it's because we held you back, socially, you're not a benefit to us. You're inferior. You're going to be, you begging to come into our institute. What do you bring? What are you bringing? Until they got smart and realized nigga pennies add up. But at this particular time, they're like, you know, why? Why do you want to be over here? Why? Why do you want to be with us? You see it in the videos and the demonstrations. They're beating them at the lunch counters. They're showing them we don't want you. And we're getting beat up to be accepted. This is what the justice is saying. He's saying there's no amount of constitution that will make you not be looked upon, treated as inferior. And we see that today. You still are divorced. We, not you. I don't like when them YouTubers be talking and they're talking to us as a people and they be like, you still ain't this. No, we, man, we, Negro. So we still are divorced from the mode of production. We're still divorced from a lot of the things that when you talk about capitalists that make you successful or either make you relevant in capitalist America. We're still divorced from these things having accessibility to them or even given the opportunity to get what it takes to acquire. College, for one. I think last time I checked, I don't know, now people getting degrees can't even get jobs. So, but just things of this nature. So integration, nah, they never accepted us. We were never integrated. We began to fight for integration. And though I disagree with it, I disagree with it from hindsight. I disagree with it because I see it hasn't got us anywhere. I like to believe, now I know, I practically know if I was back there, I probably would have took the Malcom line, more or less. And if I was in the South, I'd have followed Stokely and took Stokely's line of Black Power. Brother Kwame Ture, rest in peace. But I don't knock them for taking that. But now, and I'm not gonna get on. Sometimes when Nundy starts bringing some of these truths out, though, I'm like, damn, it does begin to change some perspectives.
You know what I mean?
Because we've been taught one way. But yeah, to go back to that Pan-Africanism, I think that is really it's a question in our overall liberation struggle, our national struggle. For what we're going to do is nationalism. When did it become a whole separate ideology like Pan-Africanists versus the Black nationalists? Oh, brother, you there? Okay. We'll be at the right. I might have called. That's a question I have. When did it become this major divide where a question, a proposal to the very real issue of Black nationalism or Black destiny? That's all it was a proposal. Should we repatriate? Should we go back to Africa? Or should we practice a domesticated nationalism? And so this question, though, somewhere down the line, this question evolved into an ideology all its own.
Mm-hmm.
To where Africa, Pan-Africanism and Africa was, I hold Africa as primacy, but Africa in itself, the politics of Africa, the affairs of Africa became where in that ideology where people felt that should be center. And I disagree. Peace, King Black, and I disagree. I don't feel like the affairs and the politics of Africa should be central to all our activities, should be the center of our activities. I feel like the best way to free Africa is by beginning the liberation process of freeing our ass. It's almost audacious, it's almost arrogant to think that we can lend our intellect or some type of economics or whatever we do. I know the intentions may be sincere, but it's almost arrogant to think that somehow our participating in the affairs of Africa or the politics of Africa to such a degree that we neglect our own or we put our own as second place will free Africa. Man, you ain't rocking like that, Americans. These Africans speak 20 different damn languages. Shit. You're not rocking like that. Yeah, we're gonna free Africa. Some of those Africans are actually taking up arms. Some of you Negroes won't even take up pickets. Shit. You won't take up a flyer, a leaflet. So it's almost arrogant to think that, that somehow your participation to the extent that you will put your right here immediate struggle second place is going to free Africa is sometimes laughable. Now, I'm not talking about the practical Pan-Africanists like I am. I know, but to me, that's universal African nationalism. It's global African nationalism. It's international Black nationalism. It's saying that I, as a Black nationalist here in America, advocate and champion and am a proponent for Black people, wherever you find us, the sons and daughters of Africa, melanated people, to control, like what our dear brother Malcolm said, the politics, economics, social and cultural influences and conditions of a community that we are the dominant population. Practical black nationalism. Peace. What's good? Jump on live. I'm on live. Okay. Peace. Okay. So, we damn, I forgot my pickup. Somebody pick it up. I forgot my thought. That was Queen Nundy, so she should be jumping on, but that caused me to forget my thought.
I think you were talking about the comparing the differences. You know, you were saying that they were the differences, I believe.
Okay, yeah. A little bit of the Pan-Africanism and the black nationalism and international black nationalism. Yeah. So we advocate wherever, like Brother Malcolm taught us, basic black nationalism, the basic concept of black nationalism. When Malcolm moved us into this and at that time was radical, was revolutionary. It wasn't many people talking. What Malcolm was talking international politics. Malcolm was talking revolution. Malcolm was talking, what the hell you talking civil rights? We're talking liberation. Malcolm began to equate our struggle with Jomo Kenyatta and the Mau Mau. Some of you aren't familiar with that. But I guarantee you, those white people of the time were very familiar with Jomo Kenyatta and the Mau Mau, or the Mau Mau understanding. They were very familiar with that. You know, and their familiarity with that, and Malcolm talking about it, really struck a fear. They understood if black people embrace this Mau Mau concept, we're in some trouble. Who is the Mau Mau? What is the Mau Mau? How does it work? They didn't understand that Mau Mau contract. Malcolm, after taking his tour, having gone on tours, and being one to articulate the black struggle and point out the hypocrisy, like he so articulately and eloquently pointed out the hypocrisy of America's practice of segregation in her South, all the while condemning apartheid in South Africa. Malcolm pointed these hypocrisies out. Malcolm was such a threat internationally that Paris feared they would assassinate Malcolm on their soil and wouldn't allow Malcolm to get off the plane. They didn't want that drama on their soil. He was poisoned in Egypt. This is the type of power, international power, and influence, sway. We're talking here. When you're talking about articulating you and I struggle, we're always talking about, I hear these, I don't want to call them enemies of black nationalism. I don't want to call them enemies of black excellence or black power. I really don't. But I always hear them talking about, when we talk about black nationalism, Marcus Garvey or other various foreigners, and the power and the sway, and they say, why haven't you produced one of your own to do that? Why do all these foreigners have to come here and articulate your struggle, black man and woman in America? Well, here you have one in Brother Malcolm X, Brother Omar Wally, whom not only articulated the struggle, made it hip, made it cool, brought it in the lingo that you and I could understand, but articulated our struggle, took our struggle international, man. Come on. You have to thank the ancestors for sending us someone like that amongst us that would take our struggle international, that would articulate our struggle to such a degree that even these devils, even one of these agents, and I'm paraphrasing, said that Malcolm X has set our foreign policy back 40 years. We had the world, let me translate that. We had the world duped. We had the world thinking we were the great libertarians. We were the great acceptors of all type of freedoms in America. We had the world duped. And Malcolm came and really told them how we still treat our Negroes. He was a threat. And he wasn't the only one. He came in a long succession. But he challenged. He was that one, they would say in Marxist material dialectic and historical materialism, is one what you would call that would mark an epic. This is what the revolutionary science or the scientific socialist, when he measures by material dialectics or historical materialism, when he talks about epics, Malcolm marked an epic in the Black liberation struggle. Malcolm inspired. Malcolm inspired and motivated not just the Black Panther Party, but provisional government of the Republic of New Africa and many more organizations. His theories, his practical theories of Black nationalism are mind-blowing. They were the seeds to a jungle of Black nationalist theory and practice. A jungle. They were the seeds to a jungle. Son, speak on that for a minute, man. Let me take this, pick it up for a second, brother.
All right, brother. All right. So shout out to the chat. Shout out. Let me send a link. Y'all get on here and jump on this link with us, y'all. Just come join this conversation. Let's see, copy. And we're gonna paste it. Yeah, man, you wanna speak on it? Shout out to King Black News.
No, I'll jump in a couple minutes.
Okay, that's what's up. Yeah. If y'all want to jump on, the link is there. I just dropped the link. When we talk about Malcolm and his impact on Black nationalism, I like to always, and I know Chris, shout out to Chris, he had a debate talking about patriotism, Now, one thing Malcolm did know, he did know the Constitution. He knew it very well. And, when I listen to Malcolm make speeches, and he always, like, Yanga said earlier, he pointed out about the hypocrisies, and this carried on to the Black Panther Party when they bared arms and all that, he was talking about taking them to a world court, on human rights violations, because, Malcolm argued with the civil rights movement, said it shouldn't be about civil rights. They're violating human rights, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You want to speak on that, Yanga?
No, I should. I didn't want to interrupt. I was just letting you know I was back, but I agree.
Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, yeah. So, he was the first to address that. He wanted to take it to a world court, about human rights violations, because, Malcolm knew that very well, and that's how I got into the human rights, learning about the human rights. And that's how I learned about theocracies and different forms of dictatorship to all that. I'm like, whoa, and why certain countries aren't allowed and why they're deemed second world countries because simply of their human rights violations. That will knock you out from being a first world power to a second world power. And here's Malcolm saying, well, hell, we have some human rights violations over here in America, and America at the time was, we just came from the Nuremberg trials with Hitler and Germany, and we all around the world talking about this country's not allowed, China's not allowed. I think at the time it was maybe Cuba or, they were going all around the world talking about the violations and the atrocities that these countries are committing and bringing them to the world court. And Malcolm X saying, well, hold on, hold on a minute here, and he wanted to bring up human rights violations here in America because, when you put it at a civil rights, then it kind of belittles it. It kind of like, oh, well, we'll let the local magistrates handle that problem. Or we'll let the federal government. But you got to look at the world court where other countries deem you responsible for your actions. And so, yeah. Malcolm X brought up,
Right. It's especially when we're saying that we can't get justice in our own government, and no other time, Malcolm, did we have a better case? Because Malcolm had we had a case. You look down south, shit. What was the governor's name? And Bull Connor's, state agents.
Yeah, Bull Connor, yep.
Yeah, Bull Connor.
Yep.
I think he was the police officer. I forget the governor's name.
Wallace, I think it was
Wallace.
Yeah.
Yep. So you had actual state agents, representatives of the state using state apparatus to violate human rights. To violate human rights. And we're saying that justice wasn't going to be found within the court from the state. You can't go to the same people violating you. And this is what Malcolm was pointing out, the hypocrisy. He was like, what's the difference between Jim Crow, a segregated South, and apartheid?
That's right.
That was, what was the difference? We're facing the same thing: political repression, intimidation, murder, inhumane treatment, inferior living conditions, substandard living conditions, intentional withholding of resources and materials that could enhance our life based on our descendancy, just like in Africa. Political repression, denial of facilities, brutalization and murder based on their Africanness. Malcolm questioned, what's the difference? How is the world clamoring? How is the world demanding de Klerk to end apartheid, or to answer to apartheid, to free Mandela, to do all of these things, and America being vocal in that and turn around and practicing the same atrocities against us, because we opted out for civil which means we opted out to have the very devil oppressing us be the very devil to find a solution. What kind of hit? What the hell were we smoking? So they weren't going to give us the alternatives, like you said, to the Malcolm, who had real chance at that time. Not only had he taken us out of religious black nationalism and brought us into modern black nationalism, but he took us to internationalism, or revolutionary black nationalism, by introducing our struggle to the world stage and inviting the world to participate and look at our struggle, even so much so as trying to get us to advance our struggle internationally, that he created an organization similar to the organization of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, which was instrumental in leading to the independence of Ghana. And that was the Organization of African Unity, our dear brother, our father in revolutionary ideology, modern revolutionary ideology, came and gave us the Organization of African American Unity, in the hopes that this collective would not only raise our consciousness and participation in our national affairs, but would have us to be vigilant and aware of the plight of our brothers and sisters internationally. Not just so we can aid and assist, but also so that we may be inspired and motivated. Our lack of knowledge of international affairs has caused us to miss out on many a mighty opportunity, I would say. You know. So I don't know, man. Malcolm, to me, man, Malcolm was the truth in that, man. Like I said, the marking of an epic. If you really study Malcolm, and not just studying Malcolm, studying the effects. See, a lot of times we like to study a person, and we're so celebrity struck. You know, we're so celebrity struck.
Messiah driven.
Huh?
Messiah driven.
Messiah driven.
Mm-hmm.
And we do that. I know people. So when we read, like when I read Malcolm, and I know about Malcolm because, you know, I do like Malcolm like that. I was celebrity struck. However, in my defense, I will say that I also study Malcolm's theory. So what do I mean by that? Celebrity struck is just someone who they read about a person and they know all about that person, but not about that person's about his theories. Because when you know about Malcolm's theory, you can't help but to go back to Martin Delany, Malcolm X, Carlos Cook, all these people that influenced Malcolm. That's knowing about his theory. When you're just celebrity struck, you just know birth dates, influential people in his life, you know, incidents and things of that nature. It reminds me of like our brothers, and I'm not knocking you sports brothers, but our brothers who are so into the sports. I know some brothers who have followed Negroes from high school. They have followed these Negroes' careers from high school. And you ask them what they son, and they ain't seen their son in 2 damn years. You gonna sit there and tell me about this Negro basketball career, and they ain't been keeping up with yours. Yeah, I'm being very judgmental right now. Because I just think it's a misplay. I'm not saying don't enjoy your time. I just think it is such a misplaced and such a gross waste of attention. But to me, that's what you call celebrity. celebrity struck. I believe that we must begin to get into the theories, to the individual's theory. And once we divulge into the individual's theory, and if we're really studious and really serious about trying to find solutions, and this is why we begin to study this individual anyway, we will start to study that individual he studied. My studies of Huey naturally led me to Mao, led me to you know, of course, Marx and this and that, but man, what's the trail? He has the trail in Vietnam. I can't even think of the damn. He studied Marcus Garvey, the Asian, the Vietnamese. Man, I can't think his name. It's gonna come to me, you guys. Ho
Min Singh.
Is that what?
Ho Chi Minh.
That's who it is, Ho Chi Minh.
Yeah, Ho Chi Minh. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who was influenced by, so you will read how some of our revolutionaries that we look to read about these revolutionaries who read about people who were instrumental in the Black African liberation struggle right here in America. It's crazy. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Where you think he got the black star in their flag from? Ho Chi Minh says that he studied Marcus Garvey. In fact, I think when he was over in the States, he attended a couple rallies. We look at Fidel when he came to New York, and the bourgeoisie hotel or whatever was an issue. What our man Malcom do? Took Fidel to Harlem. Put him up in the hotel, Teresa, I believe it was. Put him up in a hotel in Harlem. He up there chilling with Che.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Fidel.
Fidel.
Malcolm. And a revolutionary black nationalist. Who you know rocking like that? So articulate about our plight. Able to equate our plight to the plight of oppressed people around the world, not just this isolated incident by some group of Negroes. Listen to me, black people out there in America, your plight is not just the Ma'afa, just the transatlantic slave trade. It is the crime of colonialism. It's not regulated to just the domestic slavery of North America. Your slavery is tied to colonialism, international colonialism. It is a broader crime. I believe once we begin to start thinking international and begin to look at our struggle in comparison to international struggles, I believe we'll begin to elevate. We'll begin to see that some of these things, some of these solutions we believe to be far-fetched are possible. Look at Ukraine, the first war in Ukraine. I think Ukraine consisted at that time between 2 to 3 million people. The first Ukraine war, they succeeded from Russia. Am I right, son?
Oh, yeah.
3 million people succeeded from a superpower. I'll bet the second Ukraine war didn't look so good, but still, we talking about the first one. I mean, the second one, after 3 million people then held a superpower off, what do you expect when they come back? I mean, how many more of us is left? But the nationalism, the fervor of the Ukrainians, everybody fought, man, woman, and child. Everybody played their role. Women and children making bullets, refurbishing shoes, sewing and patching clothing, nationalism. And the Ukrainians beat them bitches. But you wouldn't know this if you're not an internationalist. And you make reasons for not being, I don't study them crackers. I don't study. Man, revolution has no color. Revolution has no color. Black nationalism is my guiding philosophy, though. Revolution is anti-oppression. So I study anybody that fights oppression. But black nationalism guides me. I only align myself. I only fight with and fight for black people. But I study every damn body. That's the order of the day. So I know if these Ukrainians, some Ukrainians, if we talk about the Europeans being as weak-backed and as limited as they are, and if 3 million Ukrainians can stave off and fight a superpower and win their independence, you can't tell me that it can't be done for us when we come to a common accord and harmony. But since we don't look internationally, since we don't really embrace internationalism, universal African nationalism, to that degree of looking at international struggles, we always try to find a solution to our problem within the confines of domestic concepts and perceptions. Civil rights, reformism, voting our way into this, capitalism, buying our way into freedom, voting our way to freedom, buying our way to freedom. We're always going to use these things, and that's the trick. Democrat, Republic. Give you an A-B option and never tell you about C. And when we raise our heads up, when the Names and the Black Suns and the Yangas and the Queen Nundis and the Out of the Blues and all of these people begin to raise their head up and holler black nationalism, pop shots. First, they always send some homogenized Negro. First, they always send some buck dancing, handkerchief head, boot licking, Amos and Andy, I like Solomon, shuckabuck ass Negro to try to refute you, to try to discourage you from self-determination, to try to get you to believe that you are incapable of self-governing. This is what they do. And when you stomp on them, when you crush them beneath your heels like the cockroaches they are, the collaborators, the very race traitors that they are, then that's when you become a threat. And that's when the real violence begins to take place. And this is why I send shouts out to my black militias and my brothers and sisters in arms who know what it is. See, I'm just one part of the puzzle. I'm the black agitator to the white man. I'm the one that's trying to start the fight. I'm over there, yeah. I throw the rock. I ain't gonna hide my hand, because I'm the one standing with the brothers with the guns. I throw the rock, say, yeah, I throw it. Because I'm with these brothers that's ready to get down. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to start a fight. And what I'm attempting to do, for those of you out there sincere, who know what time it is, I'm attempting to present to you pure black nationalism, practical black nationalism, a black nationalism that says we can and we will, in the face of these Negroes that would offer defeatist solutions, that would tell you you can't win. In the face of these Negroes that would offer you accommodationist, assimilationist, homogenized solutions. If we just had some money, then what you do, nigga? If you had money, you do what? You just had some money. Well, if we just vote and if we get so and so in president, we're telling you that none of these are viable solutions for the black man and the black woman in America. They may be steps. They may be a means to an end. But we're telling you that the solution is not found in any of these things. That the only liberation will be had by our hands, however that looks. It will only be had by our hands. This is what we must understand. This is black nationalism, and these are the concepts of black nationalism. And it's important to put this out here because, like I said, one of the things they don't want you to know is that you have an alternative to what they're teaching you. This is what we're here to teach. You have an alternative. Separation is a real alternative. It is not nothing we're just pulling out of our hat. It has been promoted and propagated, like we said, since Martin Delany, before the freedom of slaves. Martin Delany was saying that freemen and fugitives should run off and create their own thing. We saw it, like Brother Name points out, in the so-called Seminole Indian, but we know the truth of that matter, that affair, that conflict. But we see nationalism in that. We see nationalism. We saw nationalism's anger and nationalism's action and nationalism's fury in the rising up of Nat Turner. We see nationalism. But we're not taught about the slave revolts. Why? Because teaching us about the slave revolts, the slave uprisings would create in you a vibration of resistance. It means it would tell you that in your being brought here, you weren't always a compliant Negro. What? You mean to tell me that white people fight? See, because that's the revisionist narrative I've been hearing. That you didn't fight. That you were a punk. You, when I say you, I mean I. You and I, we're one here. That we were punks, we were chumps. That we didn't fight. Where's your fight? Where's your fight? You've been constantly told this because the fighters haven't been acknowledged. Our freedom fighters haven't been acknowledged, historically or contemporarily. I can run down the line of political prisoners and freedom fighters behind bars who have fought, who have engaged in actual conflict with the repressive state and agents of the repressive state, with the military wing of the repressive state, meaning the police. There have been people who have actually engaged in conflict. Yet you have these Negroes telling you there are people out there not fighting. I have comrades today preparing themselves for the good fight, engaging in conflict. If not an outright conflict with the oppressing ruling class as far as arms, conflict of self by constantly training for the inevitable, for the day that does come, but conflict in other areas, in fighting destructive spending habits, destructive eating habits, destructive social interactions. Man, don't get me preaching. One of y'all step in here, man. Shit.
Keep going, Yankees. Keep going.
And listen, I love this thing. And I know it can be and will be the salvation of our people. So I don't want to get too far off Malcolm. Or let's talk about the concepts of black nationalism or some of the various concepts of Pan-Africanism. You know, why do we feel like what if someone can help me understand, you know, and I really don't know, how does Pan-Africanism benefit directly the black African here in America?
You talking about from now in the future, or how is it benefited from the past?
Like, and I know you may not be a staunch Pan-Africanist, but you just may be very knowledgeable on this. How does Pan-Africanism today benefit the Black African American?
To me, it's more of a global awareness. Like what what uh what does the global economic system look like? What does it look like in Africa? What does it look like in where African people are in South America, Central America? Um, to me, it's a consciousness. It's a economic political consciousness um, that helps us to see where the world is going and where we're going in it, as opposed to just having, like, you heard of the ADOS movement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where we're just focused on the ADOS. We see the global impact of this global capitalist system. So I look at it more as a consciousness and a global awareness when you have the Pan-African mindset state.
You and I look at it the same, but I question, like, I know some staunch Pan-Africanists, man, like almost radical, fanatical Pan-Africanists. And they don't even like when I say, well, I'm a Black nationalist. And I don't understand how that level of Pan-Africanism benefits us. But you and I share the same view.
Yeah, I mean, I know some who have moved to Ghana and they're saying, it's time to get out. They're they're on that level. They've already moved there. They're already doing that thing. I don't see it as that dire. But
yeah,
if that's what they want to do, I support them. I really do support in their move. But I think as far as us in America, we have to be able to organize right here before we make any move. And
I would agree with that.
Without any organizations here, we're gonna find ourselves in the same problems wherever we go in the world. It's a matter of organization.
I would so agree with that. I would so agree with that. I told you, I always think it's a slight form of escapism. But like you said, I would so agree with that. We have to be organized. That's the bottom line, or at least moving in a direction. A concerted effort, something that speaks to Black people saying, as a collective, as a group. One of the things I realized, and I was listening to Carlos, some Carlos Cook, reading some Carlos Cook, listening to someone read Carlos Cook rather, and he was saying that, and I found that so true, where he was saying that Black people haven't developed a separate identity from white people in America. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about culturally, but politically and economically. When we go across seas, it is just naturally assumed that Black Americans side with America on foreign policy, like Chinese, like Arabs. I've seen them ask Arabs. I've seen people talk to Arabs and ask a Arab Iraqi, where they stand with the war. You know what I'm saying? But I very ever rarely, or if ever, have heard a black African be questioned about how they feel about African politics, or any of our black African groups make an international stand or be strong enough to make a stand internationally that speaks for a large enough segment of black society to make a statement. That we don't have an international voice. They just assume when they talk American politics, they assume black people just naturally go along with white American politics. And why not? Because we have forever. Shit, when they sent us to Vietnam, when they saying same. Not your fight, black man. We not, and we see what happens when you do stand up and have a voice. Look what they did to our brother Muhammad Ali. So I don't know. How do we regain? How do we? So in Pan-Africanism, in that respect, yeah, in that from that stance, yeah, hell yeah, Pan-Africanism. Us as black nationalists, us as black Africans over here should have an international position and an international voice. What you think?
Yeah, I really think it's healthy. I look at it, and I know we shouldn't measure ourselves against other groups, but I look at it like the Jews do with Israel. You know, you got Jews in America that's never going to leave America, but they support Israel. They support them big time because they understand the international role that they play, that Israel play with them, with the Jews in America.
Right.
And
they understand that Zionism.
Yeah.
That political philosophy of that unifying philosophy they have of that Zionism, boy.
Right. And you know, you was talking about lobbyists earlier. They got one of the strongest lobbyists in Washington, D.C. And I think we need to think along those terms, because I think the black ideology, the black vote, the black dollar is all taken for granted, because they know, you know, we're going to always be there. We don't think outside the box and say, look, we have, and this is in organizing black people, we have the skill set, and we need to have even more of a skill set as far as STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Get stronger in those groups, and then if we tell the United States, look, here are our demands that you need to meet, and if you don't meet these demands, we're going to start pulling our people out of these vital areas, and start investing in different areas without you. Those are the type of moves that a strong black organization could make. But right now we don't think along those terms. We're so loyal to the Democrats, we're so loyal to the Republicans, we're so loyal to the white supremacist ideology and global ideology. We support it regardless. No matter, we haven't shown where we're going to just withdraw our support and give it somewhere else. You know, that's when we become really powerful.
Yeah. Who do we give our support to? When you say withdraw our support and give it somewhere else, what do you mean?
Let's say we have we have some university, the Black Power University, and we just producing these engineers, chemical engineers, electrical engineers, computer engineers, and they're seeking after our intelligence. They're seeking after um, our labor in those areas, but we're not getting compensated for it like we like. But another nation, let's say in Ghana or Sierra Leone, we say we're going to just start putting our expertise in these areas and build up that area. That type
Yeah.
of movement as an organization, that's what I like to see.
You know where I think a lot of that largely would have to come from um a semi, and I'm gonna be light when saying this because I am not a cultural nationalist, but a very strong, damn, dare I say cultural social push. We see one of the problems with them snatching our intelligentsia, like you say, from that is they have better incentives. We
Right.
don't have anything to offer our intelligentsia. And
Right.
unless we begin to push a social cultural understanding of accountability, responsibility to your people, we're gonna miss out. As long as capitalism is the order of the day, materialism, material possession, capitalist materialism, that is, and material possession is the measure of success, we will always lose because the not only they say because the white man got anything, no, because what he's saying is successful, he makes the motherfucker makes the flat screen TV. Shit,
Right.
you can't beat them. If you say a Benz is successful, how you gonna beat the motherfucker that makes the Benz? He
Right.
must be God then.
Right.
If the Benz is success, then the person that makes the material that can distribute the material must be God. So subconsciously, damn, I just had a revelation. So subconsciously, we are still putting this white man in the position of God.
Oh yeah. It's just like when we say having money is the thing to do. Is the thing to be. Have a lot of money. You know, we always flashing the money. What about the people who make the money?
Right. That's the trick. The trinkets is the trick. The
Yeah.
trade is the trick. Trick or treat. You know, that's all it is. Capitalism is one big trick or treat. And
Right.
at the end of the day, we the ones walking away with the candy.
Right.
And
But
we
but
think we got something.
right.
We went, it's just like trick or treat. We put on a costume, we entertain for candy, and we think we got something, but all we got is diabetes and cavities.
Right. Right. But I really think that technology is neutralizing a lot of the imbalances that we see in the world. And I'm gonna
You
give an
say it
example.
one more time.
Technology is neutralizing that resource imbalance. We just got to get control of that information. And I'm gonna give an example of the electric car, the electric motorcycle. Those things, they're kind of expensive now, but they will be inexpensive. But if we produce the type of engineers, if we produce the type of computer scientists, we can take old model cars, refurbish them into uh, uh, solar power, battery powered vehicles for a half, a third the cost. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think the ingenuity is our problem. I think we're brilliant. Hell, look at America. We created what? Gas mask, stoplight. We
Right,
did
right.
open
That's what I'm
heart
saying.
surgery.
I
We
know we have the ingenuity there to do it. It's was you saying you're not a cultural revolutionaries?
No, I'm not a cultural nationalist, meaning I don't believe that if I go back to a particular culture, I'm gonna get free. I don't put my having a dashiki as a priority, and I'm being trivial, I'm being funny.
Right.
I don't think, like some people feel like you have to have you going back straight to an African culture will free us. And
Okay, yeah.
I don't necessarily believe that. I'm not a cultural nationalist.
Right. Right.
You know, I
Right. I'm
believe.
not.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not. I'm not either. But I was asking that question because if we produce the children to think along those lines of my ingenuity should help, black people. And I'm not saying that I have the answers, but I'm saying, man, the technology is out there that we can overcome these issues of resource deficits because the technology is there to do so. Like you don't need a whole lot of land to produce food now with the way you can do hydroponics. Um, just there's so many different things that we can do um, with limited resources that I think can break down that resource deficit.
I I would agree. I mean, like I said, I don't think ingenuity. I think it's institutions. I think it's production. Like we can produce the minds, they're just gonna suck it up for their use. Like I think we've been basically saying the same thing though, because you asked me about the cultural nationalism. And that's what I'm saying. I do believe that part of our social cultural teaching must include the African perspective, if you want to call it the African perspective. I call it the black perspective of collectivism. That, like what you said, that intellect that you have is an ancestral trait and it belongs to your people. You were given that. I mean, it has to be incorporated so much in our social culture understanding that it's almost sacred, it's almost divine.
Yeah.
You were giving the intellect to help your people, son. You
Right.
know, that type of thing. And what they teach us is individualism. Get your motherfucking own. I got mine, you better get yours. You know what I'm saying? Crabs in a barrel.
Yeah.
Everybody said crabs in a barrel. He trying to one crab trying to pull another crab down. You know what
I,
I'm saying?
I know somebody that.
And huh?
No, I was just saying I know somebody that graduated with a psychology degree. Not the but the master, and got hired for Boeing. And you would say, why would Boeing hire somebody in psychology? Well, Boeing wanted this person to go into like the inner city of Houston, the inner cities of Los Angeles, and find all the brightest talents in high school, and then give them a scholarship. But to get that scholarship, that child has to meet the requirements to be able to work for Boeing. And so after a while, this person couldn't do it anymore because they saw what Boeing was doing. It almost was colonizing these highly intelligent black people, preparing them to be employees for Boeing.
Absolutely.
And they would make good money. They make you. They once they get hired for Boeing, they start at 100,000, 150,000 because they're the
Hmm.
best of the best. And Boeing is giving them scholarships to the best universities. This is the type of stuff that they're doing,
Yeah.
and we're
Yeah.
not.
Exactly. Well, they have the capital to do it. I mean,
Yeah,
they have the Boeing has a company. So Boeing is making billions of dollars. They can afford to adapt the philanthropist attitude. They can go afford to exploit our intellect because of the impoverished conditions capitalism creates.
right.
Capitalism doesn't give all the people in our community an opportunity at higher learning for free. Higher education should be free. I should have a right to be able to. If capitalism is free market competition, one of the words being competition, I should be given the instruments to fucking compete. How are you? How am I not given the instruments to compete?
Right.
Our people can afford universities. You saying I need this degree, master's, bachelor, but I can't afford higher learning. Therefore, I'm regulated to a certain class just based on my lack of ability to participate in the whole capitalist procedure. So I'm regulated after high school. If I graduate high school, I'm regulated to those jobs and positions that's all I have to have. And that is classes. You are already putting a ceiling on my potential because you have limited my opportunity to go to university because I didn't have capital. I didn't have money. I wasn't born into it. I didn't stumble across it. The working wages wasn't realistic enough for my parents to raise me and put away a college fund. So if I didn't get a fucking scholarship for running the rock or somehow being a genius, and then so they recognize that I want to get out of the ghetto. Education ain't free.
Right.
They offer me that. There it is. And it's hard to blame, our people. Peace, Sister Nandi.
Peace, everybody.
It's hard to blame my people for accepting that. That's what I mean by decisions. But we'll call them a sellout. And to a degree, yeah. And then they get this, and then like you said, shit, they start them off at $100,000, and I come up high about some black power. And you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And they haven't been exposed to social cultural understanding of collectivism. They don't know. All they know is hunger, pain, hardships, and this is what they have been taught to work hard all their life to achieve and to accomplish. And so they accomplish it, and we wonder why they still depressed. Many of them get on drugs. You should look at the statistics of those who say they have acquired a certain level of success. So, and some of them may be quite happy. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is for the masses, that isn't gonna work. But I will say this to go back what we initially were talking about while I, digressed all over the damn place. Yeah, unless we create, in a capitalist society, it's hard to fight incentive. It's hard to fight incentive. How do you fight $100,000 a year?
Right. But it's that cultural nationalist piece that has to, like you said, it has to be centered to our culture.
I was just going to say that.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Talk about it, Nandi. Hey, what's going on?
I just want to add something to that. I think cultural nationalism is what was one of the problems. We have dealt with cultural nationalism since the beginning of time. And nobody knows truly what our original cultures are to follow. So right now, unless we're coming up with something ourselves, creating something that's going to be totally separate from the systematic cultures, which is, Islam and being a Rastafari and all of this stuff that's only descending from people worshiping man, we ain't doing nothing but idol worshiping. Cultural nationalists is what messed up the movement. They wanted to be somewhere singing Kumbaya and getting libation with their guns were loaded, while the real true street sweepers was out here cleaning up the community. But we've had we had thousands of cultural nationalist organizations out here, but the only thing they ever focus on is culture and not freedom. And I have an issue with that. You can't free yourself if you up under the same cultural ideology, like looking at Qurans and Bibles and all of this stuff that comes from the white man. You still just mentally destroyed. And if your mind ain't clean, you're not free in the dumb. That's why I use that word the way I do. Freedom. Free the dumb from all of the things that's been taught. And then we'll automatically free the flesh. But you can't even do that when you still going to go home 5 minutes after talking about Black power and get back into your culture. A lot of these people culture is white nationalism. So we got to be careful when we're using the word culture.
Well, I like exactly what you were saying when you said about us being Black Africans here in America, having a social cultural understanding that is relative to us. It has to evolve and include things, I think, that encourages us to do what's beneficial and discourages what isn't. My problem with, like you said, Nundy, cultural nationalism is not so much just religious cultural nationalism, but even some African cultural nationalism, because they get so caught up in uh, the so-called purity of the culture that it becomes antiquated. It becomes so ancient that it's just really costumery now. It's really buffoonery. It's really not relative. They begin to. I have a problem with anything that makes encourages Black people to alter their reality to fit into a particular time period or a particular writing or something like that. If you belong to something, in my opinion, of course, that causes you to change your reality so that it will make that thing right, like I had to, when I was deep into Islam, change some very real shit in my life to make the Quran make sense, then that's a problem. That's a problem. So the social cultural understanding should be one that is relative to your reality. Don't give me nothing that's not speaking to my reality. Our social cultural understanding, I believe, should include baby mama, baby daddy.
Okay, but hold on, hold on. So
Yeah.
when you say it should touch on the reality, and Yame, Sister Nandi, Yanga, please answer this question for me because it always confused me. Why is it people can't see the reality of, like, okay, so Muslims, y'all gonna stand on y'all 10, y'all not gonna convert to Christianity. The Christians gonna stand on their 10, they not gonna convert to Islam. So what part of that's not gonna unite us? Don't they understand? You talking about reality?
Can I touch on that?
Yes, please, Nandi, please.
Let me say this. First of all, worshiping any of that is not what comes from our people. So they already converted. And you're absolutely right. Separate from certain things they will not do. You know, I hear a lot of people talking about let's organize and stuff, let's unite. The problem that I have with my people, we will not be able to unite 5 billion Black people. All of these people are not Black people. We look around and we see color and we see motherfuckers with dashikis and shit. We think everything. They want us. No, a lot of these people have agendas. Oppression, I'm starting to see what H. Rap Brown was saying. When they was trying to organize and get Black people involved, remember, they went all over there with these Wusa niggas, and look what they did. Guns weren't loaded. They weren't trying to fight for shit, and turned out to be the biggest infiltrators that we have ever seen in our communities, because those people that's religious and in certain organizations can be bought and sold. They think Jesus or Allah is gonna stop some shit, so they're not going to go against that. As far as uniting, I see people in the chat, yeah, we gotta organize. Oppression gonna organize niggas, but what we got for them when they get organized? I'm so tired of that. I can go out here right now and rally up 100 Negroes, get them ready to bust their guns and everything, but I'm going to have a soft tissue ass nigga step the fuck up talking about what we doing. Let's hold on for a minute. Wait a minute. Did we think about it? Did we plan it out? Some things just have to be spontaneous. The Panthers didn't either. They didn't plan shit. They went down there because their mamas was getting their asses whooped in a goddamn march, and they decided to defend their community. It was spontaneous. If we got to sit up here and think that the crackers, the U.S. military, them motherfuckers don't organize when they go into Afghanistan. They just drop bombs every motherfucking well. They just nuke everybody. We got to stop having these lists of excuses on why Black people can't move forward. The only thing is keeping us from moving forward is fear and selfishness. Now, when we can leave those two things alone, what the hell do we have to hold us back? Because the Jesus, the Allahs, and all of these different people, eventually they gonna get tired of talking to that God. They've been talking to him 1,200 and some years, and they gods and Jesuses, and they soldiers, they footstools, they disciples. Ain't none of them motherfuckers showed up because niggas still enslaved and we still in poverty right now at a higher level, because it's now we can't even identify the shit anymore. Too many white people integrated. Everything that we were supposed to stand for has been destroyed in different levels because the Negroes in the level are not stepping up to the plate, continuing to fight. Because this religious shit wasn't as big in the 80s and the 90s. Nobody was following all of this shit. You didn't see no goddamn Muslims everywhere. I had one Muslim in Kirkwood. His name was Spook. And you ain't gonna know who he is. One goddamn Muslim. And he didn't talk about that shit all day. That nigga sold tennis shoes and weed. So
Brother Ali, Spook. Brother Ali.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't see this shit. This shit just was brought to us. We didn't. Where the fuck was Hebrews in the 80s? I was a brainiac. I never heard about a Hebrew. I never heard about this shit. Our people weren't pushing Jesus and God and shit on us. They might have went to church on Sundays. That's their business. But we didn't hear about that shit. Our people was normal. Where is the normality of people? That's the shit that I don't get. You can't even be human no more if everything that you have gotten has come from false gods, false pretenses, false motherfucking ideology, false people. These motherfuckers are starting to look like mannequins around this bitch. The fear is what's stopping us. When we was out here training, and I'm gonna be short, we didn't fear a damn thing. That's why the po-po and this ain't the $2 horns. They don't fuck with us nowhere. That's why we got organizations step the fuck down when we move, because it's about applying the pressure. And if we're not even applying pressure to clean up the fuckery in our community and only dealing with those people that has not been capitalistic in the mind, and I mean extortion capitalism, and Negroes who not too motherfucking religious that they can't remember they black first, then we can't deal with that. They got to go over there and form their own shit. That's why I got a respect for Tazariak. He don't fit in. He is not a revolutionary. He don't care about all blacks. He only care about the Jew brews. Well, keep your ass over there and get all your Jew brews and train them. I can respect what he doing because they're not in our fucking way. But I can guarantee you this. If anything really pops off and I have to call ISUPK or General Yohana, they gonna push the fuck up in their Power Ranger uniforms ready to slap a nigga out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they got Power Ranger uniforms now. Y'all know they didn't start learning how to dress like that till they brought out the goddamn 10 Commandments. Let's be real here. You're
right. But you know what? You said something about the 80s that was real, though. But because in the 80s, you got to understand the 80s, we were teenagers. And we the children of the revolution. So we still was kind of on that. We had our off way of showing it, but I remember the Nefertiti medallions. I remember the cross colors. I remember. You say what?
That's what I'm saying. I don't, because being black is not. This is what I'm saying. Being black is something to use as a collective. It's impossible to even turn black into a culture. That's why I laugh at people when they say black is a culture. No, the fuck it's not. Black is some creative shit that was given to us by the goddamn enemy. And until we culturally, for real, figure out who the fuck we is, if we Mandinkas or Fulanis, nobody's going that deep. Niggas is scratching beneath the surface.
You know how I feel about it. I think, and we may disagree on it, I don't even think that motherfucking matter anymore. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, a couple things I noticed is funny to me. One thing I wanted to say this. I noticed everybody taking those DNA tests or whatever, ancestry tests. Nobody ever really comes back Native American.
Hold on 1 minute, guys. I got to snatch this call. It's my son. I'm on. I'll be right back.
Okay. Nobody ever really comes back Native American. Do y'all know anyone that ever really came back Native American?
No.
See what I'm saying? I know people that come back Welsh. Everything but Native American. To me, that's just another way to deny us rights to the land. So I don't even believe that shit. I haven't met one person. If anybody out there in the chat came back Native American, somebody holler at me. More than 1%. They will give you 10% Welsh, Irish, Scottish before they give you Native American. I think that's
Snoop political. Was 20%.
Huh?
I think Snoop was 20%.
Snoop Dogg?
Yeah.
Okay. Damn.
Okay.
It's good to see somebody had, because, man, I was getting concerned. I think everything is political. With this devil, everything's political.
It is.
I don't
It
trust
is.
anything he does. I don't trust the man who snatched me from my land, who intentionally whored me out, whored my woman out, put me in different places, to all of a sudden be so benevolent to actually want to tell me what the fuck I'm made up of. I'm sorry if I don't trust him like that. I think we given DNA and it goes into a DNA database. And the first time a white woman come up missing, they run all y'all niggas through that database.
But let me tell you why I battle Jaeger. Let me tell you why. I've been doing my research, right? This is why we can't get reparations. How the fuck we gonna get reparations under false pretenses? We have to go back and study those things. See, the white man don't feel it's irrelevant. Them motherfuckers know Fulani's from Mandinkas. Mandinkas to goddamn Somalis. They study our goddamn tribes and who we come from, even the ones that are not here anymore. More than you do. Because without knowing the tribes, you wouldn't know what land you took. You wouldn't know that the coal comes from the Congo. Or you wouldn't know that the oil comes from certain places. These motherfuckers keep up with us more than we do. And this is why we can't get nothing from them. Reparations, if we go back, how do we know which tribe we came from? Was our grandfather?
We don't, that's not, I don't believe, I'm not asking reparations from what tribe. I'm asking for reparations for the crime that happened to us. That starts for the crime of the Black American African, the Black African in America.
But
that's what I'm talking about. But I'm talking about the fact that we have to do all of that is a crime. Labor. I don't care what tribe you came from. When you talk about reparations, we're owed that for the crime perpetrated against us as a people. I think that us trying to devolve back and find our specific tribes only breaks us up. There again, finds further reason to break us up. We are a nation, if nothing but based on the similarity of the atrocity we shared as a people. And I'm going to be quick, and I'm going to say this in concluding it. Like you said, I believe Black is an experience. And whatever we call ourselves, Moor, Muslim, Jew, Christian, whatever the fuck, Black is an experience based on what the oppressing ruling class identifies you as. Meaning you're going to receive the treatment of what they deem Black people get. So the oppressing ruling class has put us in a classification. It is to our best interests, whether I agree with your religion, with whatever, it is in our best interest, since he's going to kill my Black ass like he's going to kill your Black ass, to work collectively to create a defense, and not just an offense, but an offense. Not just a defense, but an offense to the continuation of us as Black people, Black power, that type of thing.
I just want to say this, and I'm going to be brief with mine. This is why we can't get no damn well. The white man they not disowning they Irish heritage. They go back and find out who they is. The Russians, they go back and find out who they is. Even the Indians, they got reparations. You know why? Because they stopped identifying with the fuckery. They found out where they came from, what land was taken from them. And this is why they got something what we consider to be reparations. I don't think $25 was much, but it was a start. We are the only people that feels like, damn, who we are and where we come from. And this is why we ain't gonna never get nowhere. That's like saying, fuck who you related to. That's like saying your last name don't mean shit to you. I don't care about my family. Let's put them over here in the corner. We're not even gonna identify that I belong to that tribe. Let me just stand up here and be Nundy by myself. This is why I've been studying this shit for the longest, from the birth certificates to the CUPS numbers.
But Nundy,
can I?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm putting myself on mute.
Go ahead, Nundy.
Everybody who identifies with who they are as a people, for some reason, they are not touched. When you are blindfolded, like the white man said, the best way to get a nigga, just put it in a book, because they don't give a damn about studying that type of shit anyway. That's the biggest weapon that they use, how they manipulated the educational system, how they twisted and turned our people. And if it wasn't important for us to know who we really were, why the fuck did they go through thousands of years? Because I'm tired of people talking about 400 years. We done had 3-4 denominations of 400 years of being a fucking slave. So when we got all of our people for thousands of years, following some shit that was given by the enemy and not trying to re-identify who they are. That's one problem that we have within itself. And laboring, you can't come back today in 2022, no nigga, and talk about claiming labor. You know why? Because your ass a volunteer slave today. They converted it. See, if you were still picking cotton on a plantation, that's different. They made the plantation AT&T, Checkers, Wendy's, McDonald's, and you went in there and volunteered to apply for those fucking jobs. So there's no such thing as reparations in 2022. You a nigga that's a volunteer slave right now. If you already know labor, it's the main motherfucking thing that broke our backs and put us in this position. Why the fuck niggas don't just boycott the jobs or stay out the jobs? Because they not gonna do that. As soon as they ain't got their motherfucking bonbons, they weed, or they can't go pay their pussy bill, they gonna take their ass back to Wendy's and start back working for the motherfuckers. If we know Wendy's food is no good, why the fuck do we employ Wendy's? I don't see no crackers in there frying no motherfucking hamburgers. So until a nigga stop being a volunteer slave, your labor is your choice at this point. Our people didn't choose to be on the plantation. And they were down that motherfucker before they even picked an ounce of cotton. Today in 2022, niggas will pick cotton all across the globe because all they thinking about is currency instead of worrying about being fucking free. I'm with Malcolm any goddamn well better than he. I'd rather die standing on my motherfucking feet than on my knees. And if you still working for these crackers, you ain't trying to establish shit when it comes to entrepreneurship. Nobody wants to get blacks, real black businesses. I'm not talking about capitalistic Negroes, Sambo, Coon, and sellouts. Real businesses for black people in order to be affordable for the services. If we not doing that, you just a token nigga. You a volunteer slave. The manipulating tactic they have been using for far too long. Let's whitewash the brain. Let's separate these two Mandinkas. We're going to put him with a Fulani. These motherfuckers can't even talk to each other because their languages are different, and we're going to manipulate the situation. So until you go back to who you are, you ain't going to get a damn thing. That's why Trump and all of these people are able to stand on their 10 because generational wealth followed them. Our generational wealth was cut off, and the main thing that was wealthy was knowing who the fuck we are as a people.
Now, let me say where I'm going to disagree, starting from one. Like you said, well, who the fuck are you? You go back, if your mama was Fulani and your daddy was Mandinkan and your grandmama was Indian and the raper was a cracker, who the fuck are you? We spend way too much time running around and running away from the reality of what we are here in America. And that's confused as fuck and traumatized. We go through a trauma based on a political social class we were placed in. You can trace your heritage black and it will still go back to nigger. It will still go back to oppressed class, all the way back to the Portuguese slave trade. You're not going to be able to escape that your black skin was exploited from way before the transatlantic slave trade. Even I don't care how far you trace it back. You've also, you're not, that right there is not going to lend you claim to any type of reparations. When I say labor, I'm not talking about working at no contemporary restaurant. I think when we talk about labor, we understand that America, basic elementary facts, America was founded on stolen labor. We are owed reparations for a crime done. Just like any people that went through the crime thing, if you went through this system and been on parole, you know they make you pay back that victims to restoration of victims crime fund type thing. They did it for the Chinese, they did it for the Japanese Americans that were in internment camps. The Jewish people have received reparations. Everybody, hell, they made Haiti's pay. They made Haiti's. They made Haiti. Hold on, I was mute. They made Haiti's pay France back. So reparations is not a foreign concept. I don't know why we make it so difficult. We have evidence of I think someone was just pointing out in the Cameroons. I think it was out of the, I can't remember. The Cameroons are receiving reparations. So it isn't a foreign concept. It's, I think,
it is.
We haven't, and this, I'm gonna conclude it. We haven't come to, when you say, like you say, unity, a principled unity based on common existence. We still have the Masonic complex or the Koch complex or this monolithic complex that we all have to agree on one particular thing. All we all have to know is that based on someone's perception of us, the oppressive ruling class who right now controls state power, based on their perception, we're going to receive the treatment. When the police pull us over, you can jump out and holler, Mandingo, Fulani, Assalamu alaikum, Jesus loves you. You can holler what you want to holler. He going to holler nigga and squeeze the trigger.
But would the police,
if we don't understand and come together,
the police be able to come in our communities if niggas wasn't calling them? So let's take responsibility for the fuckery.
I agree. I agree with that. But like you said, that goes back. That's where it goes back to what I'm saying. Social cultural understanding, not so much cultural nationalism, like going all the way back to my motherfucking tribe, but a social cultural understanding that says, that addresses the real issue of how I'm perceived as a black person in America now, right now. Like you said, the fact that we gotta call the police. Why? Because we got this punk ass policy, no snitching, but we don't enforce, we don't bust them niggas' heads who's motherfucking terrorizing the community. When we get nutty like we grew up doing to them niggas. You know how we grew up. When we grow up reinforcing the regulations of the community.
And I know you're not gonna like what I say, because in the 80s and 90s, niggas wasn't know how to Assalamu alaikum and goddamn Jesus. We was in the fucking streets. We didn't have.
That's what I'm saying.
This is what I'm saying. And I just want to get two things in because it's touching on where we're going, and I'm gonna mute myself. We wasn't following all this shit that causes us to fear every goddamn thing. We didn't give a fuck. We'll kill whatever was in our way. I didn't see the Panthers or any of the real diehard organizations. Even Malcolm separated from religion. Because them motherfuckers don't want to pack no goddamn guns. And another thing, if you don't clearly understand reparations, when that term was created and why, because it's really just for fucking sharecroppers. That's why it's very important these motherfuckers run around here with this 8-0 shit and don't even understand. The sharecropping shit was the things that was violated. Those that were farmers, the USDA is the reason why the word reparation is even being used. They are the ones that's owed the money. They are the ones that's owed the land. This is one reason my granddaddy is still fucking foundated. Because if you don't know who your folks was, and if you don't know if they was a sharecropper, you don't know where their land was, you don't know where you come from. I don't give a fuck if you going back on your slave name. Find out where your last name came from. When is the first time it was used? What fucking plantations held that shit? See, we did all of that research. And this is why my mother and my father's side is the only ones that still have all of that shit. And you know that right now, well, we got properties we can sell, stand on, and they can't touch. Grandfather the fuck in just like the white man, because it's our shit. So if you don't understand the full term of reparations, and this is why they laugh at niggas getting out here with these goddamn picket signs talking about reparations, that term or those legalities when it comes to that funding is not even for everybody. Now, if you was a coal worker, they got certain things for unions for that. If you was the type of person that was in the house, mammying and shit, they even got funding for that. There are so many different things and ways that slaves are to be refunded for the work that they did. But if you don't even know what part of a slave plantation you was on, you just stuck. My grandfather was a goddamn sharecropper. My people had shit. This is the thing, so I can go back and find out when our last name changed. Where they was from LaGrange, Georgia to Rome, Georgia. Where did this motherfucking plantation sit up at? Where my grandparents were slaves at? If you ain't got enough heart to do that research yourself, and the only way to find out who you are is through your ancestors, then you fucking lost. I think they know, regardless of how many slave plantations they've been on, it's documented. Even from 1954, this is when they started to use birth certificates. You know why? Because that's when they really stopped people from identifying with who they are, started giving us these slave masters' goddamn identities, and they put that shit on paper. So we can go back and figure it out, but nobody wants to do that work. So if you're talking about reparations, keep going out there doing this shit. And this is why you got niggas all over the globe ain't got shit yet from the government, because they don't understand the terms, conditions, and where reparations came from and who it was for. So if you don't even know what tribe you was in and where you was, how the hell you gonna know laboring?
I'm gonna disagree. I'm gonna disagree on some of that, but for the sake of the camp, I'm not gonna disagree here. But I disagree.
No, it's okay, Younger, because we have these conversations. People need to get the good and the bad side of both arguments. Don't say what you got to say. You know, we don't get into like that when we discuss.
Yeah, I think when we go back into reparations, like one of the premier groups I would advise people to look at is in Cobra, National Coalitions on Reparations for Black Americans. And it is a little broader than sharecroppers. It's a little broader and it's a little more deeper than sharecroppers. And we make one of the major claims is what we're saying. Reparations is not a new idea. Reparations is not a new idea. And elevating we have to, slavery and everything, all of these things have to be acknowledged as a crime. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're fighting on. We're fighting that what happened to us as the descendants of slaves is real. Slavery was a real crime. All of this, us trying to find who we are.
Well, you know you're a descendant of a slave if you don't even know where the fuck they was enslaved and where they came from. That's my point. Quit hollering descendant and you don't know what you descend from. What you descend from? How you know you was a slave? Everybody's family was not slaves.
I agree. I agree. I agree with that. And like I said, I'm not the one to be able to speak on in Cobra. We can come back on you. I just know, and I'm not going to speak out on something that I don't know. I know that I strongly believe, and I damn near know, reparations extends larger than sharecropping. And that's where I'm gonna stop on my. If anybody else knows something on that, feel free to jump in there. But I think it's larger than just the sharecroppers or the denial of Black people land based on,
no,
you know.
Not. When we get a chance, we're gonna do a whole presentation on that because I've been after this.
Okay.
You gotta think.
Okay.
Right, of them trying to take land and do crazy shit. We went through a lot of stuff like that, and I have been researching. And reparations, they even got a whole news article. They got a whole little platform on USDA to tell you the denominations of who get reparations. They even have it in a government archive up in Arizona. Just like they got our slave records in Arizona. But don't nobody want to go out there and look at that shit. That's not important because we can't find out who the fuck we are any goddamn way. Which I think is bogus because a lot of tribes also didn't mix and mingle. And a lot of people I come from, and we ain't talking about them Indonesia $5 Indians. I'm talking about tribal Indians. The people that I come from, they didn't mix and mingle. They mixed up with themselves from Gullah Geechee. You can talk about Chickasaws. You can talk about all of them. So it is a lot of people who can actually figure out where they come from. Because some people was ready to die instead of goddamn going on and incorporating themselves with the white man. We also got niggas out here that volunteered to be slaves. Women that volunteered to be bad witches. Everybody don't deserve no motherfucking reparations just because they goddamn Black. And until we can separate the coons and the Sambos and the motherfuckers who was planted, who look like us, if we don't go that route, then we gonna take a loss just like they did when they brought in the $5 goddamn Indians. Because instead of us going research and realizing them motherfuckers didn't belong here, we didn't figure it out until after they paid $5 to take our shit. Who was the $5 Indians? Who was them motherfuckers that paid and told a lie and took this land? Our land has been renamed and reconstructed. And the information and the history is there. But don't nobody want to dig deep into history. They feel like that shit ain't important. Let's just leave it where it is. But without you knowing your history, and your parents have told you 99 times, history repeats itself. They just form it in another way. Slavery is at its finest right now because they converted niggas from fighting to get out this shit to being volunteer slaves now in their goddamn positions and plantations. Anytime you working for the white man, you volunteering to be a slave. How you gonna go in the courtroom and argue for that? Even if you was a slave 20 years ago, today in 2022, your ass volunteering to do this shit. You own the slave plantation every time you clock in. So how you gonna go argue for reparations and you ain't doing shit to repair your mind and repair yourself to separate from that goddamn system?
I think reparations, for me, I think definitely needed just because when we look at the large gap between us. I don't care how much you work individually as a people, your individual work, or even if we work like we work collectively, it wouldn't close that economic gap, nor would it help give us I think my man called it STEM. What we need to really just have the shit to advance us on our own. Have the techno. If I had my way, and I don't, like I said, I don't know much about reparations. I'm like the fighting aspect of the revolution. You're gonna make me go back and call some people after time. Hey man, sit down, talk to me about this whole reparations process. But I'll say this: if I had my way, just on a loose talk about reparations, something to me as simple as black people being tax damn exempt. You know, if it was just, and I know it isn't that trivial and it isn't that easy, but I would throw some shit out there like that. But honestly, I have to say, I really don't know how that works. I just know that crimes have been committed against us as a people, and I think that the criminals should pay. I think that we have a historic example of people receiving restitution for crimes perpetrated against them, far less crimes for far shorter periods. And I don't see what the difference is, you know. So I definitely think that is a vehicle, a platform that should be looked at as an option to attack the system. Shouts out to NCOBRA, National Coalition for Reparations of Black America, and our brothers and sisters out there fighting for reparations. Look, you got a platform here with me. Come break it down. If you out there listening in the chat, man, jump, and I'll drop the link. You can jump in here, man, and break it down. But I agree, like what you're saying too, Nundy. If you working for this, you just working and in the hamster wheel, shit.
I just want you.
That's what that's voluntary slavery.
When we so-called got emancipation and procrastination, because we know we ain't got no motherfucking proclamation. When we supposed to got 40 acres and a mule and all this extra fuckery, right? We never got any of that shit.
Oh yeah, none of that.
You want me to tell you why? Because the manipulating tactics that they use, they will never give us anything. That's the problem. The way to stop a system is to quit participating in it. I remember when Malcom said he was in jail. He said, you know what? I never got comfortable in that. See, niggas done got too comfortable with modern day fuckery. And they knew what they was doing when they created all these damn electronics and technology. They done made motherfuckers lazy. Niggas don't even socialize.
Yeah.
Come outside anymore. We don't communicate with each other. We don't have open meetings. And then they said, let us shut it down when we come with COVID. That's the first thing they stopped. They stopped socialism while niggas still out here talking about they want a socialist community. I don't see how, because they realized how to stop that shit. Too much socialism. Okay. And you fuck around and start learning your languages and doing the right shit. That's going to cause a problem. And I tell everybody, nobody black in these days, and I hate to say it, niggas ain't going to leave the system alone. They don't think free. They laugh at me when I say get everything free. Stock your shit. You know why I'm able to stay in the house 5 or 6 months straight without having a problem? Because I don't wait. I stock my shit. I make sure I got enough shit where me and my family can eat and we are okay. I don't have to deal with their system in certain perspectives. Now, as far as the YouTube, this is a system. But what are we doing to build programs or schools or things to take us out the system? Black people don't want to get out the system. That's why Lincoln said, fuck all of that. We ain't going to free these niggas. Let's just save the union. Because these some country motherfuckers, they going to join the union. And they going to join the military. They're going to join everything we got right here because they got to get out their food and their money from us. Separate. And ain't no nigga going to do that. It's gonna come. It's gonna be. I gotta feed my kids. Shout it.
I agree with you with that. But like you said, you terming the right thing, nigga. Ain't no nigga gonna do it.
Ain't no blacks gonna do it because
no. Black people are gonna do it.
Let me say
that's why I'm gonna disagree, Nundy. This wrong. This ain't Taz. This ain't Taz channel. This ain't Taz channel.
Oh, and
that's why I'm gonna disagree. Black people are gonna do it.
I just want to say this: black people ain't gonna separate from a goddamn thing.
Then what's the point? What's the point? That's why I said this ain't niggas ain't gonna do it. Black people want empowerment. I refuse to believe
that's running this goddamn system right now. We done traded white supremacy for black supremacy long goddamn time ago. Black police whooping my ass. Black motherfuckers, that's the judges. Black motherfuckers, that's the mayor.
But let me ask you this.
President.
Didn't you say black wasn't a color? Didn't you say black wasn't a color? Didn't you say black? You have to, when do you make the distinction? If black isn't a color, then you can't use their melon as the deciding factor. If they're behaving, hold on, let me say this real quick.
That has infiltrated our people as tribes, and they have used these black.
They are not black.
To put them in office somewhere we will never be in order to run a bullshit system.
I would challenge that they're not black. I would challenge though. That's the whole point. All our skin folk ain't our kinfolk. But under that premise, Nundy, you're saying that there is no hope for none of us. When you say black folk ain't either, nigga, you sound like them niggas over there. That's nigga talk. Black folk will elevate. Niggas won't elevate.
Let me ask you a question. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Yes.
Show me some motherfucking niggas that done blacks, niggas, tribes, whatever the fuck you want to identify under, that's doing something right now, separating themselves from this goddamn system as a whole. If you could call out one person, I'll shut the fuck up.
You.
No,
I thought that's what you.
No, because
I thought that's just what you said you were doing.
What I'm saying, if I'm still on YouTube, I have not thoroughly separated myself from.
But in the process, I talked about earlier, I don't believe in the microwave theory. I don't believe when we come up with an idea that tomorrow we're going to be able to implement it and it's going to be perfect.
The white man didn't think
I believe in what you're doing. I believe in a process. I believe in a process of getting away from this shit. Like you said, you're already.
Was it a process to simultaneously kill niggas? Was it a process to steal children? Was it a process to wipe out women? Was it a process to hang a nigga? They just did what the fuck they had to do. It wasn't no goddamn process.
Yes. It was a process. When they came into Africa, they came in under the guise of friendship. That's a process.
No,
he didn't come out with his dick out. If he came out with his dick out, we'd have known what it was.
That was a manipulation. And we're not going to
same difference. What's the difference? What's the difference?
Telling that lie. They didn't come into Africa and do a goddamn thing. Niggas who didn't give a fuck about their own people, who felt like the criminals or the
exactly. And the white man capitalized through the process. So what I'm saying is nothing. So what I'm saying is this, Nundy. I don't believe in an overnight microwave, voila, David Copperfield, hocus pocus, we gonna have it together. That shit is unrealistic.
Goddamn years since we was enslaved with the Arabs. 1,261 years. What the fuck do you mean overnight? Well, how long does it take? Because at 1,261 years, the only thing I've seen is a bunch of goddamn Negroes.
It takes as long as it takes. I'm sorry that you're dissatisfied with the pace. The only thing you can do is intensify the struggle in your participation. The pace is going to be the pace. You can't give up. You can't be a defeatist. You can't say that all black people don't have the capability. It sounds like you're giving up.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm calling it how I fucking see it. And fear, the first thing, niggas fear jail. Back in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, we didn't give a fuck about catching no case. Now you walk with, man, I ain't trying to get locked up. No, don't talk to the police like that. Calm down. Let me talk to them. No, niggas have been pussified and homogenized. The fuck? That's the difference. Back then, we knew we had to take some shit. Rosewood knew they had to walk around with guns. So did the goddamn Panthers. They knew we had to have security. They knew they wasn't going to give us shit. We had to take.
Right.
And when a nigga started taking, it's another nigga over there with the goddamn government telling them our plans, letting them in, infiltrating. I don't disagree.
I don't disagree, but I don't give up. What the revolution does is evolve. If these niggas have become homogenized, if they become pussified,
We have to evolve and begin to train the niggas that ain't that. We can't give the fuck up. We gotta stop giving up. We quick to blame a motherfucking black man. A nigga ain't shit, but
who else can we blame for the conditions we in today? Now we can talk about our ancestors and shit when they
I'm gonna tell you why. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Right now, for niggas to still be sitting up talking about why we blaming niggas. We ain't got no trust.
Because I don't use Nundy. I don't use black man and nigga synonymous. A black man and a nigga are different to me. A black man and a nigga are different to me.
God gonna do it. Yes, God gonna want.
Nundy, you gonna let me talk for a minute? A black man and a nigga are different to me. If you run in a world where you can't make the distinction between a black man and a nigga, you need to move in a different world. A black man is what we're aspiring to be. We too quick to give that title to every male with a swinging dick. A swinging dick make you a male. It don't make you a black man. You can be a male. You can go the nigga route, or you can go the black man route. We are trying to elevate, cultivate, raise, train black men. When you use the word synonymous, it doesn't seem like any good can come out of us. I refuse to believe that black men behave like that. Niggas all day. Niggas all day. The problem is niggas been masquerading as black men and we've been accepting it. That's been the problem. We've been accepting niggerism as black manhood. And it isn't. And my mouth is closer to my ears. You know, we have to acknowledge some of our nigger ways is not, if it isn't beneficial, if it isn't productive, if it isn't progressive for black people, from a male's perspective, it is not manhood. It is maleness.
It's beneficial to let Master give you poison foods. It's beneficial for Master to control the water. How the fuck you put a price tag on water?
That's what I'm telling you. If you're not fighting against that, you are not a black man.
And this is why I say the black man motherfucking weak. Because if we was fighting against it, we wouldn't be having this fucking problem now, would we? We wouldn't have people. We wouldn't have places like men.
It's not enough. It's not enough of it. The black man ain't weak. The black man ain't weak. The black man ain't weak. The nigga is scared, and it's not enough black men. The problem is you don't know the difference. The problem is you don't know the difference. The problem is you don't know the difference between a nigga and a black man.
Yeah, I do.
The black man ain't weak. The nigga is weak. It's not enough of us black men standing up. It's too many niggas parading and peacocking. Got y'all thinking that they black men when they black males. It's a difference. And us black men are gonna start letting y'all know the difference. We tired of being confused with niggas. Black men can get in some niggas shit, but niggas can't never elevate to black manhood. That's the difference. We not one and the same. And so we trying to elevate the game. Black manhood is a station in life. You're not born with it. You're only born with a dick. And some of these niggas want to cut that off. That's all I'm saying. I agree with what you're saying totally when you talk about nigger. I agree. I used to be one of them niggas. And I can still get some nigga shit. But I can't front that off like that's black manhood. If it isn't productive, if it doesn't produce, if it isn't advantageous and edifying and all those good, wonderful shits that build black people, it's not manhood. It's destructive. It is emulation of the devil, and that is maleness. That is niggerism. The nigger is a product of white supremacy. The nigga is a product of white supremacy, and that's niggerism when he's doing it to his own people. I don't give a fuck if he
No,
wears a
niggas
suit.
is a product of black supremacy. And I'm sick of talking about this white supremacy shit, for real. Niggas is blacks motherfuckers sold us in slavery first. The white man was the last one to enslave us. That's what I don't get. If you just talking about 1619,
Blacks didn't sell us into no slavery. Blacks didn't sell us into slavery.
1619. Yes, the fuck they did, y'all.
Africans sold us into slavery.
Ain't that where y'all claim you come from? Cause I ain't come from Africa.
I'm black African. I'm black. Black. When we say black as black nationalists,
that's all I'm asking you. Do you claim?
I claim it.
Well, then,
I claim it. But what we're talking about is the black nationalist struggle. We're talking about the black man and the black woman in America. You're taking it back to crimes of my ancestors.
You have to take it all the way back. How you gonna get reparations? See, that's contradicted. How you not taking it back to the crimes of your ancestors but reparations?
Because you're not talking about reparations. You're talking about, because you're not talking about reparations, Nundy. You need to say that on them lanes. You'd run that Jedi mind trick on them lanes. We're talking about the integrity of black people. We're talking about if black people participate in their own destruction or not. And I'm saying we don't. I'm saying niggers do, but black men don't. Now, if we're talking about reparations, I told you, I'm not an expert on that. I know very little. But as black nationalists, I'm saying when I say black, I'm talking about the black African here in America, the black person, the black man here in America. You making me hoarse, sister shit.
So the brainwashed, colonized Negro in America, the motherfucker who was told he was black, the nigga who just bowed down to what the white man say, the motherfucker who volunteered to be on the goddamn plantation, the motherfucker who drank it and eating their motherfucking meat and their eggs and their dairy. Just fuck it. The white man right about everything. Let's let the white man control what the fuck we do. Get the fuck out of here. Make that shit make sense. Make it make sense.
I told you. I thought I did. That's the nigger. The nigga is a product of that. The nigga's the defeatist. The nigga's the one. The nigga is the one that says black people can't do nothing. Black people sold us into slavery. Black people weak. Black people can't fight. That's the nigga. That's what I told you. I thought we talked about.
It's a lot of blacks that's hiding nigger. That's been nigger with an ER. That didn't give a fuck. We've been had the John Lewis.
That's what we're telling you. That's what the black nationalists is saying. We're saying that black is not a color. Black is not an ethnicity. Black is an experience. And therefore, we must elevate the treatment of that experience. We must bring that experience to be absolute fruition of power. That's what we're saying. We're saying that experience can no longer mean horror, can no longer mean terror. That experience must be the fruition of power. It is not a color. It is not an ethnicity. It's not a so-called nationality in the sense of genetics. But since it is an experience that we all share, it must be one of progression. It must be one of power. That's it. And we can do it. And can't nobody convince me that we can't do it. Black people can do it when we elevate to that understanding. It is niggerism. It is consumer capitalism. It's fronting and flogging. It's hating one another and self-hate. Niggerism in all its forms that keep us from believing in the possibility of it being an actuality. Real shit. So yes, we can. Let me get something to drink. Go on and talk, Nunny. I'm gonna mute my mic and go get me something to drink. Or anyone on the panel, if y'all want to speak.
No, I'm listening, man. I mean, y'all having a good back and forth.
I'm just listening. That's why I said we got to really understand we volunteer slaves today. This is the manipulating tactic that they use. Brainwash a nigga with the fuckery, and then we got them. See, a motherfucker like me, my conversation more deadly than me even goddamn stepping foot in one of their offices. we utilize everything to their perfection. Nobody's bending those rules and regulations. And that's the thing. Nobody's going up against this system in a way where we making them understand the things and the injustices that they doing to the people. Like I said, if somebody had that fucking job, we wouldn't have so many niggas in jail. Convict leasing is at its finest. Slavery still exists. But we don't pay attention to that. You know what I'm saying? So just like I said, we got nigger instead of blacks. It's just that simple. Nigger with an ER. And we're gonna always have that. But we don't want to separate from that. We know we gonna stay out here singing kumbaya. Fuck that goddamn system. Their system has been in place since the early goddamn, since 801 old motherfucking D. We've been had blacks in power. We've been had blacks in power all in those villages. And the same thing that they doing now, turning on their motherfucking people by selling us into goddamn slavery. Now these motherfuckers done took on the jobs to keep us on the fucking plantation. But we too blindfolded to see that shit. It used to be all white everything. You can't go nowhere now where they a bunch of niggas in office, on the police stations, working in jobs. I can't even order of fries without dealing with a nigga who thinks something wrong with me being a nigga with an A. Bullshit. And like I said, reparations to me means to repair self. How we gonna beg for some shit they took? How we gonna beg for that? That's the weak shit that I'm talking about.
And then I learned something tonight too, man. I didn't even know that the damn. So that thing with the USDA has been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I thought that thing when I did that debate with Moses, I thought that lawsuit was something new. But according to what you're saying, that shit goes way back. So how long are we gonna wait for the USDA to goddamn act upon this lawsuit? Just what the man?
See,
and then
about the USDA, it's about the people. They sue it. See, this is what's wrong with niggers and blacks. All they worry about is a goddamn dollar bill.
Right.
They owe us trillions of dollars. You dumb motherfuckers. Fiat currency wasn't even in our faces when slavery started. They took our gold. They took the land. They took the silver. They made us work our fucking backs off to build this shit. They not gonna give it back. That's just like me. If I come steal your goddamn car, my intentions is to do something with that vehicle. Just because you calling me, asking me for that motherfucker back, I didn't steal it. I didn't go through all that work just to give it back to you. You know what? I apologize, black son. I didn't mean to steal your car. Here's your car back, because you asked me so nicely. You did what I said do for 7 years. And since you were a good servant, here's your car back. You get the fuck out of here. Them white folks laughing at us, and these Arabs too. See, they got smart. They combined themselves together between the Arabic slave trade, which was originally the Islamic slave trade, which bothers me about niggas who would even join Islam. When the Islamic slave trade is the very thing that started all of this shit.
None. You got to debate. No. I'm gonna let you do it.
That's okay. I ain't worried about that shit.
I ain't gonna let you do it. You got a debate coming up.
I don't care.
Save your ammo. Save your ammo. I get on son about the same thing.
Let me tell you why I don't care. See, and don't think I'm arrogant, y'all. But when you a thorough researcher, I don't give a fuck about what I discuss. It's about how I use my content.
True.
They can sit up and listen to all they want to. This motherfucker is no argument about what happened with the Arabic slave trade. That's why I take certain shit. When there is no room for argument, what can he say? Because the transatlantic slave trade was 700 years after the Arabic slave trade. What argument does he have? This bitch nigga coming to perform, and I'm gonna let him do that. But as long as my information thorough, and I know this shit started in 801 AD, I don't have a reason to go back and forth with him. I don't have to hide my information for that. I don't have to do that because my information not sloppy like that. That's all I'm saying. I don't care about discussing this. We having a great panel discussion with my brothers. And this information needs to get out to the people. You understand what I'm saying? Because it ain't going to thoroughly get out when we're dealing with debates. That's 10 minutes. It's impossible for us to get all of this shit out in 10 minutes. I don't mind discussing this over here. Because this is more important to me. My people being free from the mental enslavement that they are in. That's real.
That's real. Man, y'all got me on such a good debate. Like you said, like J. Cal said, man, it's such a good bill. I usually do I'm gonna hang out at least, what is it, for these least last 30 minutes, man. I'm going to do 4 hours strong. I think this might be one of the longest programs I've done. I'm going hard today. I'm getting my little YouTube wings. Oh, son then jumped off. Nah, man, you still riding with us? What's good, brother?
What's good? I'm listening in.
Okay. So, any contributions?
Yeah, I'm looking for a debate with Nandy. I'm trying to figure out what it's gonna be.
Hey, man, season 4, Year the Woman, First Lady, SVDL in the house. I told you, like I said earlier on my show, I'm honored to be in that camp. Y'all just got a glimpse of some old times between, man. It reminded me of when our old Centrals, Nandi. So, man, this is shouts out to Solar Vision Debate League and its debaters going down. You was asleep early, you called. I went over, we were talking about your debate and how I thought it was on point and how it was an uphill battle. Because a lot of times as Black nationalists, as revolutionaries, when you're talking to people who really don't know about either, outside of mainstream propaganda, outside of, the first thing that pops up when you Google Black Panther or something, it's hard to have a debate with people because you're not only debating them, you're teaching them. You have to teach them what you're about to beat them up on. So I know that can be difficult. I was surprised at how many people were saying that we were already integrated and what they were using as proof of integration. And I'm like, what? Like, that's like saying slavery is integration. Because I was talking earlier, Nandi, about how allegedly we were freed in 1865, but in 1865 they came up with the Black Code. So you went from chattel slavery to legislative slavery. That's subjugation.
See, I say,
we went over.
Right, you ain't good. If you don't know the laws, quit trying to argue with motherfuckers about how slavery went. Huey made a valid point. If you don't know the laws that was written during certain times, you just a lost cause. I showed you, I sent you documentation where all of that shit was overturned. Yeah. Even though it was written, they figured out a way to manipulate the shit. The same thing with the 40 acres and the mule and everything, because what we don't get, the people, white people and Arabs, Jews, they never, ever want to integrate. They want our services. They want to put up with us. They want to utilize us for their puns and their footstools to the point where they were even putting their goddamn feet on Black babies because they felt it would heal them. So let's pay attention. They don't give a damn about us. They never wanted to integrate. And if you look at this system right the fuck now, we still are not integrated to a point. There are still areas that practices segregation. So I don't understand what the fuck he talking about. This nigga Martin desegregated the South. So if you want to desegregate, and segregation means separate, then how the fuck was we integrated already? These people have been doing desegregation movements from the suffrage movement to the abolitionist motherfucking movement. They've been doing to the Reconstruction. They've been doing this shit since we started, and apparently they didn't succeed, or they would still be doing it in 2022. Fighting for the same goddamn shit we supposed to got in the 1700s. Fuck the 1800s. They wrote the Constitution in 1776.
Man, let me tell you something.
Look at all the Bill of Rights and shit that they done wrote to fix that shit. Well, now slavery is the 13th Amendment, because every nigga, it's a crime coming out your mama ass in the Corporation of America.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every nigga a criminal. Shit, you were born. God damn it.
That's
And
it.
that's why convict leasing is back at its finest like it was back then.
Back then, that's
Steiny, a 12-year-old baby. Steiny. Look at the shit that's going on today. But see, they camouflage. Now they got us what we calling the goddamn popo, aka the Ku Klux Klan on our own goddamn people. The Black Klansmen.
yeah.
So we wasn't damn integrated. They integrated them bank accounts like Malcolm said. That motherfucker integrated his bedroom. He integrated his people, but that bitch didn't integrate them goddamn bank accounts. He ain't gave us no money. You integrated your God, because if we look at what was passed when integration happened, that's when we were integrated. The rights to practice your religion. Religion wasn't even allowed over this motherfucker before the 60s. You had to keep that shit quiet and in the closet. They introduced the Muslim religion and Buddhism to black people. That was another thing that they passed with the Civil Rights Bill. The Civil Rights Bill also brought foreigners over here. That shit was mainly for Indians. That shit was for the Chinese. That's when integration started. When we started seeing motherfuckers we ain't never seen coming over here fucking with our shit. Since 1960s all the way up to 1982 with this fake ass war on drugs, these motherfuckers was letting these foreigners in to integrate. Why? Because the whole movement was to bring disease and drugs in to destroy the black community. So we wasn't motherfucking integrated. Really, we was infiltrated, and we allowed it. See, nothing thinking cool like y'all got these goddamn foreigners. Black men going to fucking white women. Fucking foreigners. Look at these swirling ass whores out here. We sitting them hanging our black people together. Coons in the house. Sambos. They knew what they was doing. Because if we see our white everything today in 2022, the revolutionaries we'll destroy this motherfucker. We ain't scared to say it. So what they did was hire their coons. And most of these niggas that's in office, they got a white daddy or a motherfucking Asian daddy or a Jew daddy or a goddamn Irish daddy. Them motherfuckers ain't us. Or Arabic daddy. Let's do some background checks on these goddamn so-called leading blacks that they got in position. And let's see who all they was integrated with. Them motherfuckers we wasn't. And in order for Michael King and everybody else to be with his baddies and fuck with the Chinese bitches like he was doing, caught up on rapes and shit, they had to integrate all the niggas or it wouldn't look right with him walking down the street with Betty. This nigga had a grudge because he had to leave his white bitch and his white school. This motherfucker didn't damn about no niggas. He integrated us with them whites, and so he could go over there and knock Betty the fuck out till he got knocked the fuck out.
Yeah. 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 Big facts. I was reading earlier what a Supreme Justice had said, which you had actually brought up in that Cleasley and Ferguson, when he talked about separate but equal. And it was the Justice Henry Billing Browns when he talked about basically that if you can't find equality, if your civil and political rights, if you can't find equality in your civil and political rights, which you have been given, no amount of legislation or constitution will make people change their social prejudices. And that's what basically he was saying, what this integrationist move was. You're forcing yourself. We gave you civil and political rights. And they did. And we see it in the Black Wall Streets. We saw it in the Rosewoods. We saw it. That wasn't integration. Even if you got participation in the thing, that's not integration. If they let me use their mail system and they got one post office, like Nundy broke it down, but I'm still segregated in it, but it's just one post office, is one facility. That's not an integrated facility because I can use that motherfucker. If I don't have all the right, if I can't get in the white line during the white business hours, during all the other shit, if they got special shit for me, that's segregation. And so we went from slavery straight to fucking segregation to, like Nundy said, legislate. They gave us the 13th Amendment. I mean, the 14th Amendment, the 13th Amendment, what ended slavery, the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Act, but in that same 14th Amendment, the enslavement through incarceration. So you find in 1865 we freed from slavery, but 1865 they come up with the black codes that'll lock you up for loitering, for jaywalking, and send you to a work camp where what? Prison slavery is reenacted. Nigga, you never been free. You never been integrated. You've been subjugated to these laws and shit. And so you've had participation, even if that meant political representation in the area where you were dominant in number.
I'm not trying to cut you off. Sunshine is in the chat. She said, "Can you tell her what your Cash App picture looks like?" Because you see, I'm controlling the chat, so you got.
Oh, okay.
Will you address Sunshine right quick?
Peace, Sunshine. So let me look.
Okay. I'm gonna do a show on my page when we done over here on Brother Yanga Sunshine. I'm gonna go back through my presentation for my debate. So I'll make sure I bring up those two men and show y'all the information when I go back over my presentation. This is difficult for us to be able to
hold on 1 second, you guys.
10 minutes, on the debate. So me and Brother Yanga had already said we was gonna go back over my debate and the information when it came to integration and slavery. So I'm gonna go live tonight. I just want to make sure I'm over here and support Brother Yanga.
So what is it that you want to debate, Mandy?
I don't know, young man. You kind of sharp. I have to, because I know you sharp on politics and history too. It will probably be something in that department.
Okay, yeah.
Because I watch a lot of your debates and you thorough on your history and stuff like that. So, certain people, believe it or not, I got certain debaters that I have such a great deal of respect for that I learn from you all, and you one of them.
Well, thank you.
I learn more than wanting to come up on a debate against you. Like, you have to give people their credit, and I feel like some people are more fluent, like Brother Yanga. I do politics, but I know he's fluent in politics. I'm talking about all the way around. So I learn more from certain people. So somebody like you, it's like you one of my idols. I wouldn't even want to come into a debate with you. I learned too much from you. We kind of on the same page. So
yeah, well, and we got to try to find something that ain't so fiery between us.
No.
That we can learn off of each other, because that's what when I take a debate, I learn from the study. I learn from what you bring or whatever you're bringing, and then there's some new points that I'm going to learn, because that's what I do it for. I do it for the research part more than trying to be a great debater. I leave that up to the young cat.
Yeah, me too. It's just like certain people like Black Sun, Brother Yanga, just people I know fluent and doing their things just out of respect for, people that I know has a line of education and they real master teachers. I just don't like to debate their information. I like them people to just flow with their information and get it out there. That's the thing. You know what I'm saying? We have discussions, panel discussions, and 95% of the time, we all agree with each other. So it's hard to debate your equals. You get what I'm trying to say? It's hard.
Yeah.
So
it really is.
I'm just gonna be honest on that. Maybe we will find something. But like I said, I just got a great deal. Like people like you and Blue and stuff, I wouldn't even think about it. I learned too much from y'all. I'm still learning y'all techniques and the skills that y'all have and how y'all bringing that fire to the debate league. Like Kai, I had a great deal of respect for Kai, and I still do. He called me out on that, and that's why I took the debate. But other than that, I would have never debated Kai.
I got a great deal of respect for him too. Man, you should have saw him when he first came in a couple years ago.
Oh, I did. I've been watching y'all since the first season.
Oh, okay, yeah. He was straight Hebrew. Man, I couldn't understand nothing he was. So he's taking on political debates. I had a debate this year with him with the revolution, which I enjoy because I see him. That's a different part of him that I had never seen before. Which I like from young people. You're not just a Hebrew. You're thinking outside the box also.
Exactly. And our young people, to me, we should have like I told Brother Yanga, we should come up like people like us who do great research and do debate classes. And let's tighten up SVDL. Let's tighten up our young scholars, not come out and, to me, debating against them and beating them up and embarrassing them. Them little young brothers trying to do some good stuff. And the young sisters, we should be training them. This how you hit this shit. So SVDL can be one of the great debate leagues. When we got master teachers over here that's elders. We've been doing this shit. We know how to research. We can tighten them games up and bring SVDL to a level of where it should be. And that's what my focus is. So like I said, people like us, we should be getting together, coming up with panel discussions, like maybe use Brother Yanga's panel to do classes because he's very great at PEC, history, like that. When we invite the debaters on, we go through some background, presentations, make sure they slides is correct, make sure everything is good. And then we can go out and debate some of these bigger leagues and some of these goddamn Perkawoods and shit and really make a difference for the people.
Right. That's my desire.
Yeah.
But, I see them debating critical race theory. That's the type of debates I want to have with them.
And see, when we doing that, like I said, behind the scenes, like test debates with T-Duck. T-Duck got some sense. He just needs somebody to organize it for him. You know what I'm saying? He got a lot of sense. He just, how these little young guys is. He see a little coochie. He got hot. They cute. And it's okay. We understand that. But he's still here. He's got potential. Akmalak, that brother got a bunch of sense. He got a bunch of sense. We just got to make him understand how to separate his religion from reality. He can do what you do in religion. If you want to take the panel and teach about, your Hebrew and all that stuff all day, I give you that. But when it comes down to the league and it comes down to us building and doing strategic things in order to reach the people, we have to be versatile. So I see a lot of potential. Like Holly was good. She was a little nervous, but I don't care. Her information was good. Shawty was beautiful. She's got some brains up there. She young and want to get out here and do it. Am I going to shit on her? No, I'm going to help the sister. Now, motherfucker talk about killing black babies can kiss my ass. You lost. Moon Coonflower, you lost. But somebody like Halle and even Tanjan, I'm looking at our league right now and the skills that all of us can bring. Y'all TR debaters, y'all been in for 4 years. Some of y'all that can really train us in order to build build the league. So that's how I'm looking at it. I think we should have level debaters, not to despise anybody's information, but just know what we are so we can cultivate and work together in order to build a mighty force. That's why I was talking to Brother Yanga, because he's so good at politics. I want him to be able to teach some of the political classes, like you, good on history classes, teach our children as well as the debaters how important it is to do research. How do we line this up? Because Yanga had to make me understand. I used to hate politics and fuck them folks, but I realized that politics and politics plays a role in revolution. Right. The only politics that I put up, like I put up in my debate that H. Rap Brown said we should be concerned about, is revolutionary politics. See, so
right,
exactly, teach that type of stuff, and got people like Brother Yanga and, like I said, you and even Black Sun. Black Sun needs to get a dietary class. He needs to come live at least a couple of hours a day, because we got a lot of people that now wants to understand how to eat good, how to be able to separate themselves from meat. So we got some good stuff going on. And I just think if everybody plays their role and tighten up their departments instead of stepping on each other's toes, trying to be every goddamn where, we, as well as what we try to build as a black coalition amongst our people, will be great.
Right. And, and that's the thing we got on YouTube. It's the demagogue. The demagogue is somebody who say they for the people, but they're really not. And they're the masters of every subject. How are you the master of every subject? Every time there's a subject, this person, the master or the greatest of all time in this subject. It's not possible.
Right.
Everybody has their skill set. Everybody has their quality. Like me right now, like mid 2000s, like 2015, man, I was heavy on the revolutionary education.
Yes.
I was heavy in it, but I really see that there's a need to, for me, and this is what I see, there's a need for the culture part. I know Yankees, both of you guys kind of didn't agree with the culture part, but man, I just don't think black people like black people right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's that, because like when we was out and like Brother Younger, he told us, you gotta leave some of that shit at home. No, we got a lot of black people that care. And it's a lot of black people that need assistance. I think what we have gotten away from is realizing that more of our people are still in impoverished situations, and we forget about those that are important, and it's causing a hatred towards our black people. You know, and then we got too many infiltrators, people that look black, ain't black, playing a role that's causing black to look whack and causing us to separate.
Yeah,
I agree.
We got to clean up our goddamn community, because until we get William O'Neill's and shit up out of here, and like Brother Young always taught, the false leading blacks, then they gonna always think that all of us is with the fuckery. We got people like Al Sharpton and Michael King out here that done plagiarized and did all kind of fuckery, and it's been over 40, 50 years now, and nobody's came in to clean up the fuckery. Because John Lewis didn't do a goddamn thing. Got elected and died the fuck off. Get the hell out of here. That was a game that they played.
Yeah. And I believe, and what has happened usually when I see a lot of culture nationalists, you know, I start to see an elitist group start to form. You start to see where we start getting that type of, where they want to define black by certain cultural practices. Right. And I don't believe that then it starts to become, excuse me, if you don't do Kwanzaa, if you do this, if you do, it almost becomes like another religion.
Uh-huh.
You know, it almost becomes like, if you don't dress, if you don't wear African clothes and shit, we've left European religion and we've put Africa so center in our life that like none of y'all would be, our guns ain't even loaded. We only think this shit is like, get my libations. It's almost like a religion.
But see, you barred us from doing that. Remember, we couldn't.
Oh man, you know I can't stand that stuff.
Wear uniforms. He barred us from that shit. We was barred from the goddamn internet for 30 days. I thought I was gonna go fucking crazy. He barred every goddamn thing because, like he said, them uniforms and all the stuff that it was just getting too out of control. Motherfuckers getting too Hollywood. And when they stepped up out of that shit, he was able to really see who was listening in classes, who was educating themselves, who was really for the people. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. I remember when he barred, we couldn't even wear dashikis. We couldn't wear none of that shit because, like he said, we got too Africanized and too militant to be worried about. Wasn't worried about the people. It was worried about looking good.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And kind of what we're seeing right now on YouTube, I saw like 5 years ago, I saw in a lot of these groups, the women was being taken advantage of. You know, we had all the look, everybody, you know, we had the dashiki, you know, we knew our African centered Kwanzaa, we knew all of that.
Yeah.
But we didn't know how to treat each other.
Yeah, because we bring the same attitudes and stuff from the churches and all that, from the religions, and we form just another little, you know, we just formed another little society. And that's all we just formed. And it became more and more exclusive, more and more elitist, to where if you didn't do this, if you said this, if you walked up to somebody and said, you know, good morning, it's Grand Rising. You know, now they don't want to talk to you and stuff. Right. And you got to learn, you know, we started getting real corny. And when you start getting corny to that degree, that exclusive, that elitist, you become counterproductive. And I'm a revolutionary, and counterproductive and counter-revolutionaryism is not good. So that's where cultural naturalism takes us. Now, I believe in culture. Like me personally, I have aspects of the culture. But I believe in the aspects of the culture. You know, Nundi does. She, you know, I don't put out there, but a practitioner of certain African spiritualities and practices. Those are aspects of the culture. But though, however, for me, I can speak for my instance, my aspects of the culture are those that are relative and practical
Oh, he fell off.
Like, I'm not trying to pretend what I go through today doesn't exist.
I ain't trying to cut you off, but I gotta go set up my show because I'm going live about 10:30. So I'm
okay.
I appreciate you guys having me.
I appreciate you too, and I'm gonna wrap up. Thank you, Nundy.
All right.
I'll probably see. I don't know. You're gonna be on for a minute. How long you riding out on your show?
I'm gonna probably be on there for a minute because I'm gonna go back through my debate and the presentation and all that stuff, and I got people asking questions about certain people and certain stuff I presented. So I'm gonna go back over there and do that. So I'll be on.
Okay, so like I'll see what it's looking like, but if at all possible, I'll jump on there and bug you. That's what you for a moment and deal with you.
Tomorrow morning around 12, I just like to let you know I'm gonna re-live stream some of your shows on my page and drop your link in the chat because a lot of people trying to find your page.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I had a question before you left, Nandy.
Sure.
Are you a separatist? And what I mean by separatist is just cold turkey. Just
yes, people. I am. I understand that today, which is crazy in 2022, we have a lot of people that have biracial family members and things like that, but I still feel like, we should be separate. If they, those people are clearly identifying themselves with Black, it's impossible, or white, it's impossible. They need their own denomination. I'm not saying that that's not our family, but it's, they need their own, I'm going to say, ethnic background of identity. Separation is important because it's like, even if we let some of these people come over here, and I'm using this as an example, they're gonna start trying to argue for the white people or the Arab in their family, or it's just not right to think that way. So until we can clean us up, I'm on some Panther shit. I believe in complete and total separation from all things that has infiltrated and tainted our communities until we know who to deal with and who to identify with. Do I understand that we have to trade? Do I understand that we have to do business? Yeah, but they do that with the damn United Nations. You got one of everybody sitting at the table. Are they integrated? Fuck no. They trading. They trading coal, silver, and niggas. But they not integrated. When they leave that meeting in the United Nations, the Japs go back to their community. The Arabs go back to their community. The damn Korean president go back to his community. They didn't motherfucking integrate their people. They integrated their bank accounts. And that's the shit that we need to stay focused on. Everything else needs to be separate so we can maintain and control the resources and the foundation of what we consider to be currency to be. That's the only way we will gain power. Anything outside of that is just a bunch of talking and it's a bunch of infiltration. So I believe in complete and total separation from this government and from anybody who's toxic when it comes to our people. They remain separate. If we go over in Irish, ain't no Black Irishmen over there, and if it is, they mixed up. If we go to, Cuba, they all Cubans. We go to Mexico, they all Mexico. Why the hell we can't just be all who we are? Even if we want to come up and say we Nigga Ricans, goddamn, can we be Nigga?
That's right.
Why gotta be Ricans and Puerto Ricans? What the fuck? We got to separate in order to reconstruct and rebuild our people's minds. They taught us this in Panther education classes. Separation is important because if we teaching our Black children, right, if we using that and we teaching them ideology to make a change and teaching them to say fuck the pig, and then as soon as they go to a public school, the pig is in there playing officer friendly, the child is confused. We have no control over that. They got to go back into the same society, learning all of the things that we are trying to separate them from. So the only way that we can do that is complete and total separation, like I was taught in my classes. And there's nothing else there's nothing else for that. That's the first part of revolution when it comes to our people. Why would we want to continue to live among, be among, patronize and all of this shit amongst the motherfuckers that put us in the position to be on the bottom? We was on the top. We had to go. We had to silver. We had the power and the control. And now that they've taken this shit, we just gonna settle and stay in that position. H. Rap Brown said ain't no such thing as a motherfucking second-class citizenship. You either free or a slave. And
okay.
Be a slave is to separate from being a second-class citizen.
Free brother, free Imam Jamil.
Right, that's a good answer. I like that answer. Very well thought out. Like you didn't spend some time with that answer.
I had some great teachers, Brother Kahar and Brother Yank. I had some great political.
Thank you.
Hey,
man, you know, I flatter easy, but thank you.
Like 10 years ago, I wouldn't even talk about politics. I was like, fuck politics. Let's just say fuck it. We just damn the government. Like,
Right.
you know how you go damn the government if you don't know a goddamn thing about the government. So get it together. So
Yeah.
I owe my teachings to the ancestors and people that came before me, you know, the elders. We got a lot of them. Brother Lenny, like I said, Brother Kahar, Brother Yanga. We had great teachings and thorough teachings under the leadership we had in the NBPP. Malik them was some shit, but we had a great foundation in Atlanta. And I learned a lot.
I would say that. I would say that. You know, one of the things I can say when we were in the New Black Panther Party, and even under Dr. Shabazz, Dr. Malik Shabazz, was that locals had autonomy. The local chapters basically got to run themselves. You know, we didn't have, especially, well, I would say in Atlanta, we didn't have a lot of national intervention until all the nationals decided to make Atlanta their damn home. But other than that, we didn't have a lot of national intervention. And then even when we did, I think we rode in such a way that they knew kind of to give us that freedom. And even with them kind of giving us that freedom, that wasn't enough. So we had to just go on and liberate from their understanding of revolution. And maybe we'll have a show on what happened in that time. I'm always, like Nundy says, I'm the political one. So I'm always trying to find ways to put that shit politically correct. But let's just say we had to liberate ourselves from that line of ideological practice and ideological thinking. But with that being done, you know, it's not an easy road because, like I said, like you always hear me say, Black misery and Black pain pays. You know, to trip Black people up pay. Let me tell you, I have personally have been invited. I know one time when I was in the.
I don't mean to cut you off. I'm gonna go on and drop off. You know, we have to show up like 30 minutes early.
Okay, so go ahead and set it up.
And I'll see you guys on the other side. Peace, Niame.
Yeah, on the other side. Peace, y'all don't forget that. Definitely. Thank you again, Queen Nundy. Queen Nundy going to set up a show. I'm not going to be much long. When I get out, bam, straight over there. That's where it's happening at. But I want to say this, that they will come to you. That people like yourself and myself, that you will have the government come to us, understanding our intelligence, our grasp and comprehension of the national liberation struggle, nationally and internationally, our position and how we're perceived and all the shit, and our ability to articulate it will come and pay us to be saboteurs of our own liberation. And you have people that a lot of times that offering is just too enticing to turn down. You know, and they take the payout. And the diversion is so subtle. The shift is so subtle because sometimes it doesn't even take a shift. It just takes a minor halt in progress. You know, a minor halt in progress, a pause on this, a hesitant move there. When you have the influence, when you have the sway, when you have everything that it takes to push it to the next level. And you begin to question, why don't these people push it to the next level? What's the holdup? Even if that level isn't full-blown revolution, a full-blown conflict, you know, theater. I'm not saying that, you know, we have a full-blown conflict in the street, but I'm saying you can intensify the agitation. You possess the charisma, the influence, the mass following, and mass appeal. What the problem is? Well, one of the problems is I believe is a lack of political education. I believe this lack of political education and the commercialization of the revolution. And what I mean by commercialization is the selling of the revolution. Many organizations now, if you send in your application with an application fee, you automatically are accepted and receive patches and buttons and all the whistles and bells that go along with full-fledged membership that back in the day you used to at least have to work to receive. At least your general orders, 10-point platform and program of the Black Panther Party or the new Black Panther Party for self-defense at that particular time. 9 local objectives, something. You had to know your things to be able to earn your buttons and your patches. Now with the commercialization of the revolution, I'm not going to say the revolution, commercialization of the Panthers in certain formations, which is a travesty. It really is, man. It's sad as fuck. Capitalism has extended that far that you know, it doesn't produce the same type of caliber of revolutionary, and it lessens the integrity of participation in the revolution and earning things that symbolize you being a member of an organization that is a revolutionary organization, a progressive organization. It's just, the shit has just become commercialized, and that's a travesty. So what we attempt here, what you find here in people like me and Nundy and other sincere, you know what, I'm gonna say universal African nationalists, until we really break down this Pan-Africanist, Black nationalist, because I'm using it in classical and pragmatic nationalism, meaning the sense of how it was delivered to us from the Martin Delaney's, from the Marcus Garveys, and Black nationalism and Pan-Africanism was used interchangeably. It wasn't until this new ideological conflict came in that they began to be totally two different, like not even branches from the same tree. We argue these facts like they're two different trees. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to say universal African nationalism to mean the inclusion of both of those, Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism. So in universal African nationalism, we looked at that's not really being taught. And us as Black nationalists over here, how to advance that struggle, how to participate in it, how to really be relevant, how to elevate it to, because it's hard, especially in a Panther movement. It's hard to come behind the third development Black Panthers, the Dr. Huey P. Newton's, Defense Minister Huey P. Newton's, and Chairman Bobby Seals and the likes. It's hard to come behind that level of revolution, you know. But nonetheless, we have to produce revolutionary theorists, and we have to come up with strategies to intensify the revolution and make the revolution relevant and make the revolution a very real practical option.
Right. That I'm gonna go after this, but that's the biggest point, because when you say revolutionary theory, people, oh, here you go talking again, but not understanding it starts there first.
Yeah. It has to start with theory. You know, it's theory, it's thought, it's theory, and it's practice. The thing we love about revolutionary, it's organization and participation, it's observation and participation. So we make the theory, but the theory is always evolving as we participate. We're adding on or deleting from. So we're not just sitting, we're not like the reformists, waiting for session to be in, waiting for this election period, waiting for that vote. That's the reformists, and they're talking and they're building up and they're running a campaign and they're trying to get you to support their party in the meantime and between time. November. No, the revolutionary is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah, and that's what.
So we should have we got the theory. We should constantly be evolving upon the theory that has been already laid out for us. Every day, I'm in North Carolina now, messing with my chapter, which is a formation of the overall Panther family. Shout out to that mighty Panther Nation. All my formations out there doing their shit. All of y'all, man. Black power. So I'm in North Carolina doing my part, participating in the struggle. And so as I participate, I'm only participating on the theories that I've been studying and I'm adding to. I'm sitting right here writing and talking to you guys and saying things, and I'm adding to or taking away from already theories laid out. I'm one of those people that'll tell you there's no need to reinvent the wheel. That's the problem. Everybody want to create something and think they're creating something brand spanking new. I got a plan. If black people just did, nigga, somebody already said it. Why don't you just take what they said, build on that theory? Like I said, add or delete. It is not a holy scripture. It's not going to bite you. You can add on to Marcus Garvey's theory. You won't go to hell. You can add on or take away from Malcolm X. You can critique Malcolm X without being ornery, without being disrespectful to their gungun, to their ancestors. You are allowed to critique theory and ideology and certain aspects of his philosophy and take. You're allowed to do that. It's not the Quran, the Bible, if you take away. No, that's the wonderful thing of black nationalist or revolutionary theory. It's measured not by waiting on the will of God or an objective force or an act of nature. No, the theory is changed and altered based on your real-time participation.
Right.
You can't just, with revolutionary theory, you can't just sit around and theorize. It doesn't work that way. You have to participate to come back to the table. Us revolutionaries in my parties, when we have debriefings, we have critical analyzing sessions. Not, they are constructive criticisms. Not, nigga, your head big. But we have
Yeah.
during the debriefing, after mission, even if it's nothing but passing out flyers. Hey, what do you think we could have done? Should we made a right when we made a left? Did this look for? How do you think your interactions with that person was? Was it favorable? Do you think you could have did better? We have real sessions, and it adds to the theory because the base of that theory is, and y'all gonna get mad, it goes to a fucking cracker, Marx, but we added on to all the way up because I'm an Nkrumahist, all the way up to Nkrumah, what it basically says that the revolutionary must participate in the day-to-day dialectics of the masses, meaning you have to be out there interactive with the masses of the people, or your theory is shot to shit.
Right.
So, boom, But listen, brother.
Yeah.
Man, I always enjoy when you come on, man. Like I said, you got a home here, homie.
Oh,
You
yeah.
always got a place here now, man.
I enjoy being over here.
Hey, man, I appreciate it.
All right. Peace. I'll see you over there with Nundy.
All right, man. I see y'all fam with Nundy, man. Check me out. Definitely hit subscribe and like, and I appreciate everybody hanging out. Listen, I'm going to leave you as I always greet you, and that's all powers to oppressed people, African power to an African people, and black power. Hey, man, try